Hey everybody. Hey Kevin. Hey Crawl. Welcome in, welcome in. Today I have sort of a basic goal. Adam wants to just get through the workday and feel productive. There are various tasks for Skeleseller, PRs, prep for checkpoint 5, and just general organization. Yeah, how about we do it the other way around? Just wants to get through the workday and feel productive. Yeah, make sure he's taking breaks. All right, there we go. Hey, Alton. Yeah, so yesterday I made a big mistake and I just barreled through like 2.5 hours of doing work. And by the end of it, I was just like, yeah, I don't really feel like doing anything else. So I didn't do anything else. And I think that's fine. I'm not going to be a productivity machine every time, but I think I probably could have curtailed that by just taking more breaks. So today I want to make sure I'm doing that. What should we start with? I think PRs, because I don't want to hold anything up, and I think there are a few that we can look at. Yeah, I think at least these four. Hey, who cares? Good morning. Looks like I'm early this time. Yeah. I've only been online for 2.5 minutes. Right on time. Yeah, I want to go through these. I think these are all separate from this one. So I think I'm going to do the newer ones first and then the older one. We'll nudge you for breaks. Yeah, thank you. I don't they don't need to be like every hour exactly, but I definitely shouldn't go more than 90 minutes. This would be bad. So yeah, wherever there are natural breaks, I feel. And hopefully it helps. I'll probably do the animal royale thing at lunchtime. Not a break right now. All right, let's start looking through these. So where did I leave off with this? Status, I'm on the battle map 1. This is now behind. So let's pull that in so I don't forget. But then let's ignore this completely and instead go over to whatever this number is. Check out 527. Yeah. Hadn't realized it had this override. This should fix it getting shown on top of the menu. Oh, interesting. Huh. But you're bullying me? No, I'm saying you're right on time. All right, this looks good. I could test this. I trust that it works, but we really should test it, so I guess let's do that. 85 Filter, how you doing? I rarely see you here at the very early parts of the stream. And hey, Cube. All right, so all we need to do to repro this is click this and press escape. And yeah, now we can't click these buttons. So all is well. Good fix. Bop, bop, done. All right, next is 529. Disable dialog buttons on dismiss. This should also be pretty fast. This was that we could augment the portal twice from one dialog opening. I want to see how we ended up fixing this. Yep, same thing. Initially, I thought about doing dismissed equals null and remove the handlers. That's the only... Wait, what? Initially, I thought about doing dismiss equals null and remove the handlers, but since that's only triggered after the dialog disappears, it would solve the issue. I don't think this sentence makes sense to me. Well, let's look at the code. Disable the buttons so they can't be clicked again and potentially trigger the handlers multiple times by accident. Just disable the... Oh, I think this now clarifies this. Yeah. Okay. I think this is pretty reasonable. There's another thing we could probably do here, which is just change the process mode on the dialog box. In fact, I'm probably going to try that out. What file is that? Dialog box. And disabled equals true. Okay, so this repro is very, very simple. We just double click something. Let's try this out. Hey, Monadic Bind. What are your go-tos or things you do to prepare for a meeting you're point in? You mean like you're the head of the meeting? Because I kind of prepared for most meetings the same way. For one, I think there should be a schedule for every meeting. And if there's no schedule, then it should probably be an email. So it's like, what do you plan to say? And what do you want out of this meeting? And then the attendance list is another thing you should figure out. Like, does everyone need to be there? Are there people who are just sitting there and aren't paying attention? Should they be invited? Then during the meeting, I conduct them very similarly to how I do my mentoring. So I take like the transcription style notes and share my screen. And I got a lot of very, very positive feedback on how I would run meetings. So yeah, I think it's a combination of these things. It's like stay organized, make sure that people know that you're invested in whatever it is you're doing. I think this is harder to do if you're in 8 hours of meetings per day. That wasn't ever the case for me. I was in like an hour or two because I was a dev IC. Interesting idea. Would that break the fade out tween? I'm not sure. And not even, how do we do this? We did this for the apples. But we might have done it on the apple itself. Yeah, we just changed it on the clickable area. So we could, if there's a shared parent, we could do it on whatever buttons container. We can probably just set the process mode of this to be off and it should work. So let's try it. So if I click this and double click this. Oh wait, is that with the fix? Okay, hold on a second. I don't think the fix works then. Because I definitely just augmented this twice. I think I reran it. Let's try that again. Have you ever worked in management or as a lead at a company that isn't yours? No, I haven't. I've only kind of sort of wanted to. And when I was at Google, I asked about it on the second team I was on, and the manager who was there understandably said, if you'd planned on staying for long enough, then yes, that would be an option for you. But he's like, I had told him before I even joined the team, I was planning on leaving in like a year and a half. He's like, a year and a half is not a long enough runway for you to become a manager, be good at being a manager, and actually have it pay off for us. So I was like, okay, that's reasonable. I'm not gonna try. No, this is still possible. I wonder if this is something on Mac. But anyway, let's try this out. So if we just get the options container process mode equals disable. It's not going to fill that out for me, will it? It should have. I feel like it could have known this. You know, this is one of the biggest things I want out of Copilot is for it to be fed, and maybe it's already doing this and it just doesn't work. But when you type something like this and you type a dot, you can see what there is on this thing. Like it's vertical, for example. And yet Copilot's going to type out something like vertical option, which is not a thing. Like, why can't it just read what's in this menu and then only pick things from there? Yeah, see, it's trying to set like vertical align. It can see what these flags are, right? I don't know. I find that very silly. Hey, TJ, how am I doing that? I cannot make it click twice. Do you have a double click macro or something? No, I don't. I'm going to try this. And if this does fix it, then we can try the old version as well and at least know that the code's getting updated. So let's see. No, now it only works once. Yeah, huh. Well, I think this is an easier way of doing it anyway. But yeah, there's probably some race condition. I am kind of curious about what the race condition is. So dismiss can't be getting called before I activate this thing twice, right? In fact, how about this? Let's print this out. Let's not do anything here, or let's set these to disabled. gd.print dismiss was called. And then where do we access the build button? There should be a pressed handler somewhere. Yeah, button.pressed, option pressed. Option pressed. I mean, there's only really one way this could be working, which is that we're going to see option pressed twice and dismissed happen after that. Yeah. Oh no, dismiss is called twice. Interesting. That's not what I expected. That's definitely not what I expected. Maybe they're not buttons. Maybe we have a special button class. Options container. Dot add child button. Button is a button. Okay, no, that's not true. Very bizarre. Maybe the buttons are getting set up multiple times. Gonna lurk while I'm replacing brakes and rotors on my truck. Wish me luck. Good luck. Make sure the jack is solid. That's my only advice I can give. I am so confused. Why is this happening? And I know we have a solution for it, but this is like academic curiosity at this point. It looks like it's a simple enough thing. We disable the buttons in dismiss. Let's print this out. gg.print disabling button, because this should happen. This should be called. Dismiss was called, then we should be disabling this. Possibly this is not working for some reason. Maybe, no, I don't know why that would happen. Yeah, I don't have an explanation for that. But like I said, the repro takes like 2 seconds, so it's very easy to try out. Dismiss was called disabling button. Yeah, so then how do you press it the second time? I just don't get that. Maybe the second click is being detected before disabling, but the event is queued. But I, as a human, can only click like once every, whatever, 80 milliseconds or something, right? That should be long enough for the second event to have been processed. Yeah. Hey, handy with paper and pen. I just know I'm the only one always asking, why is this happening? Yeah. I get that feedback every once in a while that like, oh, look how Adam's doing it. It's just like how I do things. I truly don't understand this. And I think, I've always said you haven't fixed a bug until you fully understood it. I'm nearly positive we will have fully fixed this bug even without understanding it. But it is quite confusing why this is happening. Glosscup, thanks for the resub. Welcome back. I love how unique that emote is and how specific it is to my stream. Excellent work by Quickie Joe. All right, so what could be happening here? Maybe something's enabling it again. We never turn off. Oh, set option enabled. Yeah, this is probably just getting called, right? Setting. I guess let's do it this way. Option ID enabled. I guess, yeah, I'll write it this way so it's clear. I would guess that this is somehow getting called. Maybe there's like after you click something, it goes through or money changes. Oh, it's a money changes. I think that's why. You spend money, so your money decreases, but it's still higher than what you're allowed or than what it costs. Yeah, so that's what's happening. It has to be it, right? Yeah, setting augment enabled true. Yep. That's it. And if we were to debug this, which would be kind of hard to do because we need to keep track of a hit count here because we don't want it to happen on the first one or it'll mess up our repro. Private int test, or I guess it could just be a bool. And then in set option enabled, I am nearly positive. So if this is true, then print that, what happened there? Then print that it's true. And then here we set it to true. And then here we set a breakpoint on that. And I am nearly positive this is going to happen. Hey, Dan. Good morning. Hunch confirmed. Yep, it's coming from money changed. Okay. Yeah, wow, very cool, very interesting. But then what doesn't make sense is this exact same order would have happened for Kevin. So maybe, yeah, I don't know how it's not reproing for Kevin. Huh. Evening. Oh, sorry. Good evening. We're doing well. It's Friday. I'm feeling good. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. All right, so now we can revert all of this stuff. Fixing a fun bug. Yeah, it actually was kind of interesting to look into because it didn't take too long. So we had a bug where you could, let me show you the bug. Hang on a second, I gotta fix all this stuff first. Wait, what happened to my fix? It's gone. It's gone. All right, I'll show you the bug and I'll talk about the fix for it. So the bug, you can have dialogues and there's like an OK option and a cancel option. And you could click the OK option twice. So you can see there's actually 2 bits of text here saying I unlocked 2 different areas. And the reason for that is that we weren't disabling the buttons. But then Kevin made a change to disable those buttons, but then they're getting re-enabled right after. So the way we're going to fix this for good is to options container.process mode equals disabled. Prevent the buttons from getting disabled or from being clicked again as the dialog is closing. Yeah, there. Okay, now technically, and I don't know how I feel about this, but there was a commit that doesn't work in this PR. Probably it makes more sense to just not go through the PR, but I'm going to go through the PR anyway. Maybe good to also set the process mode and the close button. It's not in the same container. Close button. Oh, it isn't. It's not considered an option? Where is this added? Oh, it's added to the dialog directly. Actually, the close button shouldn't be a problem if you click it multiple times, right? But it could be. So yeah, I guess we should probably do that too. Although nothing disables or enables the close button again, right? If it's showing, then yeah. So we can just disable that. Process mode, close button dot disable. Yeah, that one should be fine. Where I worked before, I had to push so hard to make sure all buttons were disabled on press. People just kept forgetting or not doing, and it would mess up all of our data. Yeah, you know what that points to for me, and this is always a little bit hard to grapple with, but I think about it in terms of speed limit signs. Like, let's say you have a speed limit, at least in the US, or let's just pick a number, 30. It's 30 units of whatever your country uses. If people are violating this and going like 50, probably at that point, the road should change. Maybe there should be speed bumps, or maybe there should be, I don't know, better signage or something like that, right? It's like enough people are violating this thing. I think if it's, hey, people aren't disabling buttons on press, there should be some foolproof way of making it so that they don't have to do it, like a button that disables itself on press class. And you use this everywhere now so that people don't have to worry about it. And I get that there are cases where this might not be possible, but yeah. 30 inches per hour, yeah. Snail speed limit sign, AM2. Had to go in and do this, yeah. Yeah, and it's funny because even in the speed limit case, it's like those people are violating the law of, again, whatever country we're talking about here. So it's kind of like a gut feeling to say, well, it's their fault. But when enough people do something where it's the individual's fault, then it's probably a systemic issue that should be addressed. And I find that mentality interesting. For me, it made sense to be the default. Yeah, it sounds like it. I mean, if you had problems on the back end as a result of calls from the front end, it's like you either fix it in one or both of those places. And how much work does it add to fix it in the back end versus just fixing it on the front end? Amazes me they didn't have it set up like that in the first place. They're probably either not aware of those issues. I'd like to think it's that and not like an incompetence. The only thing that makes speed limits work is road design. Yeah, I guess I never thought about that too much. I think it works on the highway and not just because of road design. Like people could go 120 on a lot of highways here, but they're not doing that. And I think that's possibly working from fear of getting caught and probably having a really steep penalty. But yeah, on regular roads, I guess then it's a road design. What was I doing? I was going to check this in and I'm going to go through the commit. So this is change the process or like actually disable the buttons in a dialog. So the problem with setting the disabled property is that they would just get re-enabled right away. For example, when augmenting the portal, you could click twice in quick succession. And it would disable the buttons the first time. Then your money would get modified. And that would cause the dialog to update the disabled property back to false, allowing the button to be clicked again. Yeah. Okay. Or a car that can't go 120 miles per hour. It's road design. Yeah. Hey, yo. All right. And then we're going to push this to Kevin's branch and then merge through here. And that way we both get credit. Oops. All right, next up, bump analyzers. Net Analyzer pushes some security updates in the major version. I guess it won't hurt updating this as well. New version of Sonar doesn't really trigger anything new except for marking methods static that don't access instance data, and we have a bunch of them. This rule is not auto-fixable, and this requires reordering members. I only push the version bumps because I'll PR the changes myself separately in different commits in PRs. I don't think we should do that work at all, actually. Yeah, I don't think we should do that work at all. You mean making things static? Then I don't think do that work at all. It's not really hurting anything. So we could just disable the rule. And I really want to focus on user-facing changes. Yeah. But let me take a look at the PR. So 530. And now I guess what's the .NET command to find the warnings? I guess it's just build, right? Very passionate hate for speed limits and their enforcement here in the UK, at least. Hey, did the UK ever make a turn on red rule? Does that exist? Hey, Tels. No turn on red here. Yeah. Yeah, because I remember reading years ago about someone who came from the UK to the US and they're like, wow, taking a right turn on red is amazing. Yeah, I think we should disable this. Let's take a look at what it's talking about. Quick shot on projectile hit. Make it a static method. And it can't fix that for us, as was mentioned. Yeah, I just don't like this idea. For private functions, I think it's okay. I don't think it's very important. Such a disregard for pedestrians. I think once you're used to seeing that pedestrians might be there, I think it's okay. But yeah, I wonder how many people do get into accidents because of that. Hey, Freak Technic. One thing we do have, which is pretty good, is roundabouts. Yeah, I think roundabouts, they cause less fatal accidents. Or how do I say that? The accidents that are caused are not fatal as often as the accidents caused at intersections. And it's not like there aren't still accidents, apparently, but I think there are fewer total accidents and then fewer lethal accidents. So all in all, a good decision in my mind. Turn on red increases cycling and pedestrian accidents. All right. Well, now I feel bad. Hey, Simono. Yeah, so what we would do here is we would make this static, and then calling this should be exactly the same. But then anytime this would want to use instance data, which in this case it doesn't, but let's say it wanted to grab the cooldown, it wouldn't be able to. Like cooldown equals 5. It would just say this doesn't exist, and you need to change it from a static function. You need to move it again. Yeah, let me include that reasoning here. To add to this, suppose we did make a function static that that didn't access instance data. This would involve moving the function higher in the file. Yeah. If we later decided to use instance data, then we would need to move the function again in the file after removing static. Just doesn't really provide a benefit. Yeah, jetpacks. The pedestrians go up and over the road. They can cross diagonally if they want to. People don't know how to use roundabouts. So those sorts of things I feel come from the lack of experience. If you put a roundabout on every intersection in the US, people would know how to use roundabouts. But I think the problem for a lot of people is they came from an area that just never had a roundabout. And then when it finally got one, it's like, what is this thing? And maybe it's one where there's no real way to mess up, but maybe it's a 2-lane or a 3-lane one or something, and it's much harder. Yeah. No jetpack right turn. Let your jetpack cross first, then you wait for the walk signal. Yeah, I don't think I want to merge this as a result of adding a bunch of warnings here. But I don't know if any of these are new. Well, actually, how about this? Let's just disable that warning. It's S2325. So what's it called? Environment? No, not environment. I don't know where we disabled those things. I'll just search for SA1. Editor config. There it is. Okay, so we should just be able to put this here, right? This is S. Yeah, that should work. So now we run build. I'll see what that does. And little roundabouts everywhere. A lot of people undercut them. I've had a couple close calls. Yeah, Seattle specifically, I feel like a lot of them are in neighborhoods, and I guess what you mean by, would you use as a word, undercut? I guess what you mean is like you can just barely avert your path that you would have taken and mostly drive in a straight line. I think they're pretty common. Yeah. Also seen a guy the other day overtake me in a roundabout just to exit to the highway. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so what do we have here? To do. That's all fine. Change type from iRead-only list to list for improved performance. That's fine. Change type of variable buttons from read-only list to list. That's fine. That's fine. And that's the same thing. Yeah. Okay. So here's my full take on this, I guess. Let me make sure that I haven't. Yeah. All right. If you mean making these things static, I don't think we should do that. It's not really hurting anything. We just disable the rule, and I really want to focus on user-facing changes. Edit to. We should fix any new warnings in the same PR that changes the rules. I don't think these are new though. I think these are old. So let's try going back to main and building. Do we have 7 warnings? Because if so, then we'll just fix those. No, we have 4. Yeah. Just fix any new warnings in the same PR that changes the rules. I think the only new warnings are ones about using a regular list rather than an iRead-only list. Okay. Oh, go against the flow. Oh, wow. Okay. I did not expect that. Yeah. That sounds dangerous. Hey, Dave. I'm going to try to draw something here, but I'm probably going to do a bad job at it. So outside of our place, we have a road that goes like this. So in here are the dotted lines. And let's say there were dotted lines here, but they're not really. So anyway, just the normal intersection, there's 2 lanes on each road. And I'll frequently see a car drive like this to go into this house. So it just cuts into the left lane here. And I just keep thinking, man, one of these days they're probably going to get into an accident. But it probably won't happen because they just keep doing it every single day. Hey, puppet. Yeah. All right, so let's revert this. No, we're signing roads. No. All right, so I want changes made to that thing. Now, the next one I think is a beefier PR, right? Yeah. Also, what is going on with this one? Let me just take a quick look. Have there been any changes pushed? No, and that's fine. I don't think this is super important. But this one is incredibly important. Add new battle UI. So we're gonna have to spend some time looking through this. BR checkout 459. All right, it's up to date. And I read through the new comment yesterday. Is there anything new in the new comment? Ah, yes. One thing I'm just realizing I missed. I didn't show the boss's updated level. I'll try to do that later today. Done. Okay, cool. Yeah. Fix party size icon. That should fix that Unicode character, I guess. Party of. Yeah. Party optimizer. I think you should serve these hors d'oeuvres. This introduced new UI, so we got to open this up. And probably launch from here too. Man, I'll be glad when we're not seeing a million UID warnings from Godot. Should be whenever we make another upgrade. All right, so we click this, we click this. Yeah, for those who haven't seen this before, I only showed this yesterday on stream briefly, but Kevin's been working on this for a little while now. And it's the new Start Battle UI. And it does a lot of nice things for us. So you can see where you have currently selected. You can see how many more locations there are. So if I start a new game here and we unlock, let's say, 1 location. Oh, interesting. This is interesting. This always pops up this dialogue. Yeah, that's probably how it should work. Yeah, so you can see how many more locations there are. You can actually unlock them through here too by clicking Augment Portal. We should probably, I think there are some improvements we can make to this eventually, but yeah, we should probably put a purchase button here so that there is no Augment Portal. And when you don't see a purchase button, we can just say like, oh, that's a boss location. Yeah. Yeah. But I think this looks great. People driving 15 under the speed limit on perfectly good weather. Drive extremely fast when it's snowing or slippery outside. They've got some dial in their head that's just set to the wrong direction. Okay, lot to review here. There are 29 files changed, 30 files changed. Although some of these are just graphics. Arrow left and arrow right. Those are for, oh, I think those are for difficulty, and we didn't end up adding difficulty in. Yeah, are those used anywhere? Arrow left? No. And arrow right? Yeah, I think we can delete these. Yeah, I'll delete them. I'll make some changes here. Any mechanical changes, at least, I don't mind making myself. Reveal in Finder. Delete, 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 delete. Cool. I was going to ask, where did you get them from next? But now that they're deleted, you don't need to answer that question. So we're going to collapse all of these. We have now reviewed this, 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 and this. Okay, next up is CP5 map. Yep, looks good. The import file, that's fine. A dot, that's also fine. Kenny as always, okay. This is debug unlock all instances. So battle map now exists. Wait a second, what? This is not correct. Maybe it's called something else now? Instance map. Yeah, I think it's instance map. Or battle panel. Battle panel. Actually, I guess the way I could have done this is I just search for debug unlock all instances and find out where it is. Yeah, it's in here. All right, battle panel. Okay, so that's done. I did not mark these as viewed, although I don't really think it matters too much, but now we can at least see a progress bar up there. 9 out of 30. So battle panel, let's take a look at this in the editor. All right, we have the panel itself. This is actually not a panel, this is just a control. But then the panel here, the tooltip here. This is going to need its own tooltip. Sounds good. I'm just going to look through this super quickly. Yep. Yep. Cool. Yep. How does it look like when all adventures are unlocked? Is this scrolling? I'll do this. So it does just form 2 rows. And that does mean that as you switch parties around, it will change the height of this dialogue. So there are some UI improvements we need to make, but this is so much better than the last one that I'd rather be in the world where we've solved like 4 or 5 problems and we've created some little UI pieces of friction as opposed to just having the problems. So yeah, like I said, we can change how people interact with this. I think this UI could be improved, but it does so many nice things. And it's going to be very obvious, do you have an adventurer in the battle party or not? Yeah, far better. I agree. Yeah, I think this is great. And I should probably track these somewhere. Start battle UI improvements. Probably want the augment portal button to go away and instead show near the next node, assuming you can purchase it. And what else? We don't want the UI to change heights when you have 2 rows of party members, but moving them between, like, to the battle party makes there only be 1 row. I wrote this stupidly, but I think it's going to be obvious enough. And if not, someone else will report it as they play the game. Yeah. All right, so this looks good to me. Mark this as viewed. Next up is instance list. This was deleted. Was it moved? No, because we don't need an instance list anymore. Let me take a look at what code was in there. Oh, can we not do that? View file. Yeah. You want to see if anything was in here that we might still want the concept of, or if there were constants that were deleted. Load from save file, draw. I got to test saving. Yep. This is all fine to have just deleted. Yeah. Nothing important here. Also, wow, this file is long. I'm not going to miss this. I wonder if these things are still in there. No. So the diamond symbol's probably not explained. Oh, also recommended level. Is that still here? Level 2, yeah. I don't know if you can hear that car alarm going off, but there's a car alarm going off. Hang on one second. All right. Most code from start battle and instance list was moved to battle panel and instance map. Gotcha. Funny turn on the orange road. They're undercutting roundabouts over here. So I guess, oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess we need to clarify this somewhere. Also, I think there's a problem with the repeat texture over here. There's this little divot in all of these. Was that showing up for items? No. Huh. Yeah, I think that indicates that we have some repeat things set wrong. I'm just not sure where. I need to look into that too. Still look into repeat texture on the current instance location and saving and loading. What else was I just commenting on though? Oh yeah, that we don't clarify what the diamond is. We probably need to clarify that the diamond is an elite location. Maybe we can just do this. Hey Fizz, use a skull icon rather than a diamond. That way we won't need explanation. People can figure it out once they play the level. Yeah, the only reason we didn't use a skull, I think, is because the only skull we could use easily was the Unicode one. We don't have emojis in our font, so we just ended up using the diamond because it didn't look bad. But I also think, yeah, maybe we can switch. Maybe find a skull icon that we can use. Would it change the main screen to that location, or would it just bring it to the bottom of your screen? Something point on the map. Would it change the main screen to that location, or would it just bring it to the bottom of your screen? I am not sure what you mean by that. So you're selecting points on this so that you can figure out where you want to go do battle. So here we chose the volcano. So when I click start, it's going to put this battle into the volcano. So you see all the fiery stuff around this. And then if we flee this battle and click this again and say, you know what, no, let's go to the whatever, the jungle. And we click start battle. Now it's gonna, whoops, now it's gonna go to the jungle area. I don't know if that answers your question, so if it didn't, feel free to ask again, because I'm not totally sure I understood. All right, so that's viewed. Instance list, I mean, same general thing. I'll look through this very quickly. What do we, yeah, we're doing fine on time. Oh, this was a scene. Yeah, this isn't important at all. Cool. Okay, so instance map. Let's take a look at that. Forest point circle, dungeon point circle, canyon point circle. The only thing that seems a little strange to me is that we have a control and underneath it we have a circle. Why don't we just have the circle and call it town point? Let's take a look at the script for this. Okay, hey method. Some of the assets look familiar. Yeah, if you probably played D&D maybe. I think that that background was drawn with something that people probably typically use for D&D, but we're gonna need to replace it eventually anyway. Can the map show me active parties if I have any out there? For example, send 3 folks to the volcano. I open the panel again to start a new battle. I'd see that I have 3 people at the volcano. Don't accidentally send 2 people. It probably could. I don't think that's probably going to happen because I don't know what this will look like in the end, but we might need other controls, and I don't want to clutter this too much by indicating like, oh, you have people battling here and here. I guess it's not super obvious where you're fighting unless you edit the party. Because like other than the background being green, you can't really tell this is the jungle and this is the forest. And it doesn't tell you that anywhere else. Yeah. Anyway, this is a pretty minor thing, even if it is. I don't know. I'll just comment on it in here. Okay. So there's nothing necessarily wrong with this. but I'm curious why there are 2 nodes used here instead of just the circle. It's phrased as a question. Why are there 2 nodes used here instead of just the circle? Yeah. Okay. Other than that, I think the scene looks fine. Is there anything else we have? Map, image, panel container, selected instance label. Yeah, all this is fine. Not sure why I did that. Yeah, and like I said, it's not a big deal. I don't think it matters whether it changes or not. In fact, maybe I should just update my comment and say Kevin said this. All right, this one is party chooser. Party chooser changed because we now have separate, well, they were always separate, I guess, but now they're obviously separate. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm happy with that. I just want to look at what I named the old thing. Yeah, it was party and adventures. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. Neither of you will figure out the problem. But I'm the reviewer. Party section base. Center label. The adventures section and the battle party section get this centered. Yeah, looks good. But then in the other things, that's on the left side. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Looks good. All right, start instance is gone. Town is probably changed very slightly to add in the battle. Wait, what? Oh, this is the town scene. Keep getting confused by that. Yeah, adds in the battle panel. About I would expect. Get rid of start instance. Yep, looks good. All right, so far so good. How many more files do we have? 13? And now we're getting into the code files where they're the biggest changes. All right, adventurer functions just pulls from a different thing. Totally fine. Oh, interesting. Elite symbol. There's that diamond. So if I search for this in the rest of the code, it should not show up. Perfect. Good job. Instance. Yep, just pull from a different location. This is not too bad. There are a lot of changes that are pretty straightforward as a result of just changing where we're accessing something. Okay, nothing strange looking here. Yeah, I know a lot of this was old code that existed. Edit battle party calls show. To show this whole battle panel. Yeah, I think it's fine. This is interesting. Player wants to start a battle. So clicking the portal must do something different. Portal dot. Oh, portal has this thing. So it probably has its own on-clicked, right? Town.battlepanel.show. Yeah, cool. Sounds good. Yeah. Yep. Gotcha, Kevin. All right, this is all good. Good. Good, except that we could change the scene a tiny bit, but I think this is super nitpicky. I was going to say this blank space is actually the error label and an H separator. And we could do the error label inside of a margin container. But it, like I said, does not really make a difference. Yeah. And this I think I wanna eventually delete because I want the augment portal button to probably be in the map itself. But yeah, for now, that looks good. Got blank space. I'll write your name. I'll see myself out. The last time it was Ed Sheeran. Who was it this time? Taylor Swift. Really excited about next week. Gonna be giving my team the Christmas gifts. Plus, I got more time to do last minute Christmas shopping then too. Yeah, nice. Are you co-located with your team? Because for whatever reason, I thought you worked from home, but it's very easy for me to get those things twisted in my head. All right, route width 7, locked color gray. Locked color gray. That's for when you can't go to an instance yet. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. We probably need like a border, a little bit of contrast, but again, these are like minor things we can eventually update. Let's keep looking through it here. Just easier to look at it through this. Yep. Yep. Route texture gradient. So how is this used? We modulate it. Interesting. I see. So the route is always just a white line. By the way, you don't even need this. I think this is unnecessary. You only need 1 point in a gradient. So if I delete this, everything should look exactly the same. It's kind of weird that that even works, but it should work. Yeah. Now, this is super nitpicky, but since I'm making the changes anyway, I guess we'll just delete that. Editor always sets 2 points. Yeah, the only reason I know this is because if you go over here and add in a texture rect and give it a gradient texture, it always adds 2 points, but if you right click one of them, it'll delete it and everything still works totally fine. And it's kind of weird that you even have to use a gradient texture and they don't just have like solid rectangle or something, but yeah. Can it really be called a gradient? Yeah, it can't really be. But yeah, they don't have just a flat texture or something. Hey, Radic, welcome in on YouTube. But yeah, like I said, since I'm already making commits, I'm okay just changing that. Not gonna leave a comment saying knit, this can be deleted. I should probably test sound effects too. That's selected instance ID. Oh, and then some sort of, it would be kind of nice to have this dot sort of expand to show that it's highlighted. We'd have like 2 dots there. That's another minor change we can make. Also, that should be pretty easy to do. It may be nice to change the dot to add a border or something that only shows when you hover over it. The tooltip indicates that you're hovering over something actionable, but this would make it consistent with all of the hoverables in town. Yeah. We're hybrid. Mondays and Fridays we work from home. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays we work in the office. Travel between 2 cities. Main residence close to work. I see. Oh, cool. Also, it's nice that your brother doesn't live too far away. I mean, an hour and 10 minutes probably feels like it's pretty far away. But I have a lot of family that is nowhere near me. And it would be nice to be able to see them more frequently. I feel like as long as you could potentially drive or take a bus or a train or something like that, it's better than having to fly every time. Oh no, another knit. Yeah, I'm gonna just save this off. Town point equals null. Then in ready, let's get that town point. And then let's stop doing this. When was the last time you worked in an office? So I was working at Google until October of last year, but I was a remote employee. And I went in the office maybe like, I don't know, maybe 10 times, something like that in 3 years. So the last time I was like fully in an office was 2014 to 2015. Yeah. Also, my like general take is I think the ideal situation is to live like 15 minutes walking from work. I think this is a good amount of time to spend commuting. It gives you that space and you're walking, so it gives you a purpose to walk. And walking is really good for us. And it gets you outside and everything too. So I feel like it would be probably not as convenient if I somehow got like a working space or something 15 minutes away because I use this computer for personal use too. So I wouldn't be able to use it unless I walked 15 minutes, I guess. But yeah, I like that separation. Um, I think nits can be good. In this case, it was like, if we're calling this thing twice, let's just save it off. As far as saving all of the points, I don't think that's probably necessary because this is only called once from ready, right? Yeah. But I did see that we accessed that other thing twice. Although now that I look at it, we do call this multiple times, right? Yeah. I don't, ooh, it's even instead of tooltip. Is this called every time you hover over something? No. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, ideally we'd probably have encapsulated this like a get point and you pass in the instance ID and a get route and you pass in the instance ID. Because I guess we do this frequently enough, right? Yeah, but I don't think it's very important. Main thing I miss about working from an office these days, yeah. Yeah. And I had that, I think, only once in my life. And I think it was only for about a year that I lived somewhat walking distance from the office. And it was really nice. Washington State, especially the area where we live, is it's just beautiful. There's so many plants and trees, and even when it's rainy out, there's a certain just it's just nice. It's a nice atmosphere. So it's nice to be able to appreciate all of that when you're normally your brain's in like I'm about to work mode. All right, where did I leave off of this? I just changed that town point, so I must have gotten that twice. Yeah. Unclicked location points of tooltip. Instance unlock status. Update the instance tooltip. Okay, so we do get the tooltip multiple times then. So that we can change the text. Yeah. Now I'm guessing, and this is very minor, but it says dungeon beat once to reveal rewards. So if we click this and we send in a party and then speed this up and then hover over this, I'm guessing it doesn't know that we beat it. So at the very bottom of the screen, you can see a little bit of the dungeon. It's about to disappear. Yeah. Oh, no, it does work. Good job, Kevin. I was going to say, this wouldn't even matter, but it does work. Wife and I bought a new house, so I was close to my office. Then COVID hit. I think I've been back into the office about 30 times in a good number of years. But you could still go in now, right? Because I definitely learned something about myself during the pandemic, which is if everyone's working from home, I'm fine. If some people are working from the office and I'm not, and they're sort of treating us as second-class citizens, then I'm not fine anymore. Actually, even the if everyone's working from home bit that I'm fine, I'm not sure that's true. I think I need to have some like interaction throughout the day. And that's why I think streaming is so nice. Our own offices since we built. Nice, 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 nice. Kappa cool. Hey, Strawn. This is my interactions for the day. I think, I haven't tried that. I haven't been a viewer in other people's Twitch streams to see what it's like having that kind of interaction. I think it's nice to have a voice going in the background, but yeah, I think talking sort of does something and not just typing. But I don't know. And if it works for you, it works for you. Do you feel like you're going crazy at all, Strawn? Got kind of isolated in my last role, hopping between problems. Recently moved into a new role. Coffee's way cheaper here. Yeah. I am gonna. No, I'm not gonna write in it. I guess it's fine. I was gonna say about the whole get instance thing, get instance route endpoint. All right, I'm happy with this for now. Hey, Captain Diesel. Been on the road since 2018, loving it. Won't ever go back to an office. Yeah, I don't think there's a one size fits all solution for people, and I think people should just learn whatever they like about themselves and then try to find a job that accommodates that. For me, like I said, I I feel like I want more interaction during the day, and possibly a way to get that is if I were in like 8 hours of meetings, I'd probably want less interaction at that point, but then I wouldn't feel like okay, I'm isolated or anything. I do like the idea of if I'd started like a proper company and if the people who are working on Scalaseller were all co-located, that we're meeting up in an office or something. I like that idea. I think making that a reality is basically impossible. Also, given the locations of everyone who is working on Scalaseller. But it'd be kind of cool. Go in, see everybody, be able to talk about this stuff. And it does help with productivity a little bit, I think. Hey, Caleb. I'm doing well. Yeah. Okay, I've looked at this file. I think I'm happy with it. Let's move on to the next one. Party chooser. Not much should have changed here. Yeah, it's center label and center party members. And we already had a way to center party members, right? I think that already existed. But yeah, I think this looks good. So I think this is fine. All right, we're almost to the bottom of this. This is a deleted file. Thank goodness. This is another deleted. No, this isn't deleted. It's just got a lot of red in it. We don't need the instance list here anymore. I guess because we accessed the battle panel based on the town. Yeah, we do. Okay, that's fine. Augment portal moved. Get dialogue data moved. Set up dialogue moved. Yeah, all of this stuff moved. And we'll probably end up changing that again in a bit. But yeah, I think this is fine. Well, actually, I got kind of lazy toward the end there. No, it was all red. Yep. All right, so we have 5 more files, and then it's break time. Hey, Raimo. We're on hybrid, supposed to come to the office 3 days a week, but I know at least one person who cheats and never comes in the office. He even goes so far as to say he saw me walking around the cafeteria on a day when I was working from home. You know what would be hilarious, Raimu, is if you have like an identical twin essentially who works there, and that person was there in the office and they did think that they saw you. I'm not saying that happened at all, but it would be really funny. You're just like, this person's a liar, when really they just have poor eyesight. Yeah, since the dialogue doesn't exist. Yeah. Oh man. Shows instance party. Yeah, this is mostly just accessing things from different locations. I am totally fine with this. Yep, cool. And we looked at all that. All right, we got 4 more files. Overlay visibility controller. There's a button for toggling the battle panel. That explains why the project was modified. I wonder what that is. Let's see if I can find it. B. No. All right, I'm out of ideas. I-L. All right, let's just press all the buttons. Ah, what is this? M for map. Okay. All right, looks good. Signs, yep, looks fine. Augment portal also looks fine, but we probably need to update a tip. I don't remember what the tips are. What do we have? Augment portal. That's not what I meant to click. You have enough money to unlock the dungeon. Click the portal to do so. That's still fine. Yeah, and I think that's all that would have been modified, right? Yep. Cool. All right. That's it. That's all PR. So I left one comment. In general, I think everything's looking pretty good. Let's check in these 3 commits. remove unused graphics. There's no longer a difficulty slider planned, so these can go away. Then this is just fixed name of variable in README. And this is save off a point in the town. I'll say make minor improvements. Save a node that's referenced twice. And delete an unnecessary gradient point. All right, they're all changes. Let's try one more time. Recorded the video of me staring at the computer and played that back. That sure is something. Did people not ask, like, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, that's something. All right, looks like we're fine here. We might want to make a hover over thing for the town and just say this is Skeleton. I think that'd be a nice little change too. Maybe make a tooltip for the town saying Skeleton. This is what you created. Yeah. Didn't pre-record this and isn't actually streaming. You can't be sure. You can never be sure. I'm very, very good at predicting messages from chat hours into the future. And I exploit this skill sometimes to just record streams months in advance. But it's a balmy 90 degrees outside, nice July month, so you could probably be pretty certain this isn't pre-recorded. Oh yeah, let's sync this and then merge the PR. I didn't even leave this as a comment. I don't even know how to do that anymore. I guess I have to go over here. Yeah, approve. Okay. Looks great. Improves so many things. Thanks a ton for doing this. Yeah, very, very happy with this. Okay, so I said I was going to take a break. We are definitely going to take a break. Where I left off, need to look at this list some more and figure out whether I want to work on the Explorer or something else. Oh, who cares? Thanks for gifting another sub. And welcome, Xio. Hey, Winter Coding. Fan of C# and Godot. What if you make a spelling mistake in the commit and push it? How are you going to deal with that? I feel it's pain editing something in Git. It's not too bad. You would just amend the commit and then force push. Force push. Yeah. Never returned your time machine. All right, I will be right back. I'm going to take a quick break. You can all play Jump Royale, and then we'll keep going. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Whew, okay. My wife is still home right now, and she's like, "I want snacks." I'm like, "Okay, fast, fast, fast. What do you want?" And she sent me on a mission. Close the game. Okay, so we did this. Pull. Is it making a comeback? Yeah, we'll probably be playing today. Oh, right, I didn't ever do anything about that. Whoops. Where is that? Right there. Yeah, I think this is wrong. Tile fit. Tile stretch. Stretch. Yeah, I think that's what we have to do. Stretch to like panel indicating current instance. Probably stretch on the other axis as well. Yeah, I think you're right. All right, amend last commit. Okay, cool. So that's done. I didn't test saving. I trust that it's working. We'll end up testing it at some point anyway. All right. So these improvements, I think we'll file these away somewhere. I'm not going to do that now. Today. Cool. Let's make the Explorer file task add final boss. Let's file that now. Yeah. Add the final boss. It's this message. Graphics are in this message. I do want to do this for checkpoint 5. The worst case scenario is that the boss is just a stat dump. Best case scenario is it's a well thought out fight. I think that, well, we need another instance though. All right, I don't know. I'll just write this. We need to design the fight. Yeah, milestone relaunch for sure. Okay. This is done. We should probably get this stuff off the list, right? Yeah. And then make the Explorer, I guess, rebase onto main. Make sure any calls to set dialog handle cases where the dialog can't be shown, like this. Display greeting dialog box should set that to true only if it actually worked. Yes. So this should go here. Otherwise the dialog isn't actually open. And then I think Kevin said that we could merge these two things. So we could just say set dialog here. Doesn't this return a Boolean? Oh, it returns a dialog box. How do you do the opposite of this? Like, I'd like to just return if this didn't work. I don't know because we're capturing a variable here too. So like if not this, then return. Otherwise, use the thing. Use pattern matching. You can do is not. And then just return. And then here we'll have access to dialog. Oh, wow. Okay. It's good that that works. If you were dropped on an island with your family and friends and there's an infinite supply of food, would you take it? what am I giving up in this case? Is it that I can't meet anyone from outside of my family and friends? Because I was gonna say there's basically an infinite supply of food right now. So I guess the trade-off is I'm close to family and friends that I already have, but I can't make new family and friends. Well, I can't make. I guess you could make new family. I was about to say that that's not something you can do, but you can. Um, I don't feel like I would. Yeah, I don't feel like I would. It is kind of a weird pattern because now this is what gets used down here. But as long as this thing knows it, that's where it's defined, and it does. Yeah. All right. And whoops, I'm just trying to click this link. I accidentally dragged it. Check the return value rather than directly accessing. Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, and there was a reason why I did that, right? It was because this, where is it? What do we used to have here? We were accessing the dialogue inside Dialogger. Right there. This is public, but how many places use it outside of here? This one does, and this also has no reason to do this now. So we could do this. And then there's one other place. This. But this one needs it for a different reason. This is that you click start battle from outside of this dialogue entirely. So I guess we will keep this public. I think it's fine. Would you take it? Who cares? Would anyone take that? I feel like in order to want to take that, you would need to be very happy with the people you already know. And especially in the long term, like you'd never be able to meet anyone who isn't a family member who, oh, never mind. Anyway, yeah, you need to be very happy with your situation. My wife and I have talked about, like, let's say it's whatever 20 years in the future, and we're like, let's, I don't know, retire somewhere like Hawaii. And I always think I don't think I even like the idea of Hawaii. You're so far from everything that's not Hawaii, and there's a culture there that I don't know, maybe it's good, maybe it's bad for us. I'm not saying it's good or bad in general, just for us. And then there are all the things that come with sort of island life. Like you're probably seeing a lot of the same people. There's probably a lot of tourists. Yeah. I like Hawaii too. I don't know if I could live there. Then again, I'm a very like routine oriented person. We have some friends who travel a lot throughout the year and they just Airbnb out their house when they leave. So it's not even really like it's costing them a lot of money. And they'll stay somewhere for like a month and they'll work from there. And I just couldn't do that. I don't find it appealing. I don't think I would enjoy it. So yeah, even going somewhere like Hawaii, it's like a fun vacation, but I don't think I'd want to live there. Okay, so clean up code slightly. This is something that came up as I was reviewing whatever this is, 519. It's functionally identical to what we had, but should be slightly easier to read. Yeah. I don't want my friends and family to be isolated from their friends and family. That's true. That's actually a really good way of thinking about this. There's that social network effect of you're pulling all of those people away from their friends and family as well, and anything else they might enjoy in the area. Like imagine if you enjoyed whatever, taking a trip to the mountains or something. Although maybe this island could have all of that too. So this is done. Make sure dialogue doesn't show up on top of the in-game menu. That's done. There's still a bug where it's taking a blank space consuming clicks. I think that was caused by something that is now fixed. Although I didn't ever explicitly look into this anymore. Let's try it out. Yeah. Maybe a week in the summer. I feel like Hawaii is a good place to visit when the weather in your current location is not so great. So for example, I live in the Pacific Northwest. The winters aren't amazing. I don't dislike them, but that's a good time to go to a warm spot, I feel. Hey, Sinistello, thank you for the resub. Happy 4 months. Summer's 110, so it's a good time. How hot is it in Hawaii in the summer? I think this worked. Yeah, this did work. Nice. Cool. And that we didn't test with the tavern, but I'm guessing the tavern works too. Wait a second. Where's the show all signs? Oh, I put that on a branch. No. All right, well, for the sake of completeness, let's do this. I never liked unlocking this sign myself. It's just tedious. Now we need 3 items. There. If we can grab that green potion. I can't take it. I just want the green potion. Give it to me. There we go. There. Now we got the tavern sign, and building it works. Perfect. Cool. Portal dialog, you can click build twice. That's done. Turn off the summon garbage slime after merging PRs. I don't want the text covering the items from the portal yet. I'll do that. 70 to 80 year round. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. Can't wait to escape the cold Irish weather. Yeah, I've never been to the UK before. But I feel like if a place doesn't have worse weather than where you live, that it's not that bad to go there. Like we went to Las Vegas at one point and it was, I want to say it was winter time, and it was like roughly the same weather we had here. And my wife is like, why are we going when there's no sun? Like we live in this weather. We're used to it. It's fine. I mean, not all of Ireland is the UK. I know that, but I haven't been anywhere in that general vicinity. Turn off the text after merging PRs. I don't want it covering items from the portal. I guess you would see it all the time, but yeah, I think this is somewhat distracting. And you'll already be able to tell that that's there. So yeah, I think I'm going to delete this. The British Islands? I've actually never heard that, huh? Vegas is hot. I did not particularly like Vegas. I feel like it was an assault on my senses. There's just too much going on. Where do we have a recycler sign, I think? Something can handle weather. Yeah, only show on hover. Where do we do this? We literally only do it from here? Huh. Well, I think the recycler sign should have it too. Let's try that out. I find it rather interesting in the places where people want to go visit. The locals there are tired of the place and want to visit other places. Yeah, I think that's just the human condition. And I think that's a good thing in general, is that you get used to anything. It means you get used to bad things and then they don't bother you as much anymore, but also you get used to good things and you want different good things in your life. Wanting overpriced street water because it was so hot. Yeah. Yeah, there are only 2 cities I think I didn't like. And one was Las Vegas. And the other is probably more controversial. Yeah, so we need to unlock all the signs, which I can't do again, but we can do this. And there we go. So it shows up, but you can't tell what this thing does until you hover over it. I think it's fine. Now you got to say it. All right. Don't hound me for this, but Portland, Oregon. I just have never. I feel like their food is amazing. I will say that. Food's great. I don't think I like anything else about it. And I don't know what it is. It feels like it's like stuck in being a college town almost. That's where you work. Do you like it? Because I don't know if this is like super insulting to say. Yeah, I just only like the food. The label on the slime sign. It's so close to the portal that it's a little distracting. So now it only shows on hover. I work there, remote worker, been there twice, too much rain for me. The weather didn't bother me. The weather's pretty much the same as Seattle, I think. Or close enough where I didn't notice a difference. So yeah, it wasn't, yeah, it's just for whatever reason, I just felt like I'm in a college town. I felt like I'm in a Black Mirror episode. All right, so this is done. And then the last thing here was this one, which is when you drag an item to only show the label when you're very close to the slime. So right now, if we build this and then we drag this, we can see the label show up already. And it gets more visible when you're closer here. I think what we need to do is make it so that it pops into view right around like here maybe. So when you're within about a tile of it, and then it fades in very rapidly. So let's do that. Frames, hunger. Where do we do that? Here it is. Set opacity based on mouse distance. Distance threshold to be at full opacity is 40. Distance to start fading is 50. All right, so full opacity is, I guess, it's the distance from the center of the slime. So like, yeah, 40, I guess. But then this we set to much lower, maybe like 10. I'm gonna try this. What do you refer to with college town? I don't know what it is. Like I said, it's very hard for me to describe. It's I guess I associate it to some extent with partying. To some extent with sort of counterculture, which I don't find to be problematic on its own. There's just this vibe I get for some reason, and I don't know what it is exactly. Yeah. Anyway, we've been a few times, and I've just never felt the appeal. I'm just clicking things. Let's actually do the thing I set out to do. All right, so build this. We don't need that to be 40. We can set this like 30 and yeah, that should be a little better. And if we save this, then we don't even need to keep doing that repro. We can just load and try the slime. Want to visit Washington State when I get a chance? Been to, what, 12 other states? I like Washington a lot. I've only lived in 2 states. Yeah, I've only lived in 2 states. But I visited a bunch. And I think weather-wise, I think San Diego probably wins. I think food-wise, I did think Portland was good. I guess this is just a question mark for me. But like culture and everything and just kind of overall mix definitely goes to Washington. I'm pretty happy with living here. Only ever been to Manhattan unless Atlantic City is in another state. I also went to New Jersey. Yeah, I don't count going to a place as being in the airport of that place, by the way. Because in that case, then maybe I passed through London for that reason. I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah, I wasn't talking about just states, sorry. I was talking about like places in the US. Yeah. I don't think California has perfect weather, by the way. I think San Diego has perfect weather. All right, so we load and we drag an item near this thing. Yeah, this is pretty good. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. The reason I'm doing this is because I don't want you to get items and just as soon as you start dragging, you see that label when you don't really care about it. So now it's you have to be a little bit closer to it to see this thing show up. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't been to Japan yet. I think we'll end up going at some point. My wife has been, but I wasn't there with her at the time. All right, so show guidance label on slime when closer. Again, the slime is so close to where items appear that I didn't want this popping up all the time. So now you have to be, well, like 50 pixels closer for it to show up. Done, 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 done. Hoping to plan a trip when my sister finishes high school, 5-ish years. So you have a brother learning Python, a sister who's eventually going to get to go to Japan with you. I'm piecing together the Kevin family tree. The landmark I wanted to go see shut down. Shut down permanently? Hang on, I didn't hear about this. No, reopened on 20. Oh no, park closed permanently down due to impact of the pandemic. Oh. Huh. Um, but Japan just recently got the Nintendo museum and the Nintendo theme park, I think, right? That's a very different kind of theme park from everything else. I wonder if that would be fun as an adult. I don't even know what they call it. Nintendo theme park Japan. Like Super Nintendo World. Yeah. It looks interesting, but I yeah, I don't know. Is it meant for kids? They show kids in the pictures. And I guess it doesn't really matter, right? It's like adults go to Disney World. Adults presumably go to like whatever it is, Harry Potter World. So as long as it's not like you're ruining the experience for other people, it's probably fine. Okay, so this is the only thing that we haven't fixed yet. And I don't know if it's going to get fixed with sprite bleeding, but let's write that down for that. Video games are for kids, but here we are. I don't think they're for kids. Or I don't think they're just for kids. All right, so how do we do this? Copy as markdown. And then we have to paste it into a base64 image conversion site. This is the stupidest thing about Google Docs. I've just never understood why there's no copy image. You can click copy, but it doesn't actually put it on your clipboard. It puts just the code for the image on the clipboard. Yeah, there is no image data on the clipboard to paste. So instead, you got to do this roundabout way. Copy as markdown. Go over to this thing and paste the string, which seems to have broken the site. It's just not even loading anymore. What is happening here? There's no paste. Oh, you can't. Oh, my bad. That's not what I want to do. Base64 text to image conversion. Yeah, you need to delete that, delete all of this. Decode. We get our image, we copy it from here, and then we paste it into this. Whenever we fix this, we should see if we fix the enchanter crystals as well. Yeah. You can see the orange bleeding through. Been playing Mario Brothership. Is it a good game? The reviews were kind of mixed. Mario Brothership. Reviews are actually not too bad. Yeah. Okay, so this is done. This stuff's done. Ah, we're finally back to a manageable to-do list. Yeah, remember, the point of today is just do a full day of work. I know I'm going to go a little bit slower. I'm kind of taking my time with stuff. I've been really pushing a lot lately, and I don't think I should be pushing so much. I think the other thing that happened is I got kind of bad work hygiene. Normally, people work, sort of generally 9 to 5. And it's like I stream in sort of roughly those hours. It's like 9 to 4. I think streaming is a little bit harder than just working. But then I would do some like evening, whatever issues on GitHub or some other design work or note taking or something. And then same thing on the weekend. So work just sort of started bleeding outward into the rest of my life. And as a result, I don't think I was productive on any given day, or as productive as I could have been. You can right click copy from there. Oh, really? Huh. I didn't think they'd be downloaded that way because I thought they'd be um like put directly into the canvas. Let me take a look at that. Click application, go to images. Where are images in here? I don't see images in this. I guess in the network tab, well, I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. As long as I have a way to do this. Hey, Tyler. Not like a problem I should have. Yeah. All right, we're going to go back to this branch and we're going to rebase it. Oh, frames, expand top frame. I do it so rarely that I don't necessarily even mind the way I've been doing it. But it would be nice if you could just right click and go to copy. All right, so what's the problem here? I fixed this, but then something else changed. Oh, battle panel. I see. Wait, no, there's something else that's different here. What else is different? All right, we're just going to resolve this in the merge editor. Oh, we don't check if the tavern is null anymore. Okay, I see what we need to do. So what I need to do is take in this change, but call it the battle panel. Except this one. And then put that there. Okay, that should fix that. Complete. And continue. All right, not too bad. Yeah, so now get stat should show that I'm done. And I need to force push. But before we do that, I need to make sure that this works. So let's go try that out. Tend to use the sniffing tool. Yeah, I have another step for that too, though, which is I need to turn off Dark Reader first. All right, what am I doing? Explorer. Show signs. Build Explorer is hot. Yeah, we never got to the point where you could click this or do anything with it. I think it's fine. Hang on one second. Okay. What changed here? Just UID stuff? Yeah. And only because I happen to have those scenes open. So let's just revert those. Git push force. All right, cool. So yeah, let's pick up where we left off with this. We've rebased. We can go take a look. Clicking the Explorer should pop up the Purchase Hint UI. For now, just make this as cheaply as possible. We'll probably eventually want this in the Dialogger system. After unlocking a hint, show it on the Start Battle UI. Okay, so I had an idea for what this would look like, and I don't think I included it here. But I was gonna, I don't want to do that. Say something like purchase hints, and it would start as just a bunch of question marks. And then as you unlock locations, it would say something like this: Canyon. What's the next place? Crypt. I guess we'd have a buy button here. See hints in the, what are we calling this to users? They don't have a name for this. Yeah, see hints on the map or something, I guess. Hey, Pressel. See purchased hints on the map before starting a battle. Something like that I think would be good. So these would just be locations you've never even discovered yet. There'd be a check mark or something if you've gotten the hint already. And then there'd be a buy button for when you don't have the hint. And eventually you just unlock all of these. How has streaming 5 days a week felt? A little bit tiring. I think part of the reason why is because this is just kind of a one-off. Like maybe I end up doing this here and there, but I haven't built up the stream stamina for that. And part of it too is it's not like I was just sitting on my hands before all of that. And I'm like, time to just pick up a couple extra days. I was still doing work. So yeah, it's been a little tough. And that's why today my goal is just like make it through the workday, make some progress, hang out more, talk more, take breaks. Like we're probably going to do this task and then take another break, or even just part of the task. More social interaction can be taxing. It's not just that, it's like it's being on. If I were sitting here coding on my own, I'm not going to narrate every single thing I do. I'm not going to make sure that I'm speaking audibly, I'm enunciating. I'm not paying attention to any of that stuff. Also, I'm probably listening to music. It probably is like a dark cave in here. There's a lot of differences. I'm wearing different clothes. Yeah. All right, so how do I want to do this? We're going to have something pop this up. Clicking the Explorer is going to do that. We don't have the Explorer, though. They're currently just a guild master set to be the Explorer. So we need to make another NPC. And I guess it's going to be probably pretty similar to this. So yeah, let's instantiate NPC. Call this the Explorer. Save this. Yeah, nice. Now instantiate that into here. So instead of a guild master, oh, I want the same positioning though. There. Okay, so now we do what the guild did, which is we get that node, which means we should make this unique and then go get it. Yeah, we don't have any of this stuff right now. Private Explorer, Explorer. Good. We don't have a script for them. This is what, Guildmaster? No, it's NPC. But Guildmaster has one? Yes. So let's make a new script for this. Good, good. Rename this. We're really just going to have them pop up one dialogue. So I think we can delete a lot of this stuff. Base not ready. We're going to eventually need something in here, so I'm going to delete that for now. Initializing this. What do we need to do? We need to store the hints somewhere. We don't store that anywhere yet. Yeah. All right, I'm going to delete kind of everything. I can't delete the on-click things. In fact, I probably already messed that up. Where is that done? Oh, it's done for the parent. Oh, that's not bad then. All right, so delete all of that too. Delete this. And when you click it, make the click NPC sound and just say print you click the NPC. Delete all that. Now we need to call init. We'll do from here. Public void init town explorer.init with a town. Guildmaster with hat. Capital H-A-T. What's your choice of music while working? I like classical music and video game music. I don't tend to listen to pretty much anything with lyrics. I found that just playing the Beethoven sonatas is really good because it's like more than 10 hours of music and a lot of them are fantastic pieces, and even the not so great ones are still good pieces. So it's nice music to listen to. Hides inherited member. Add the override keyword. We don't do anything special here, so we don't need this. And here, I might eventually want this. All I want is to remember that we're going to need the base ready call there. Can't focus at all while listening to classical or video game. Wow, really? Huh. Yeah, I've heard people who just play music really loudly or play music on repeat. I had always found it confusing why YouTube has those videos where it's like 10 hours of whatever one track. Like, who listens to those? And I asked on Discord, and like Matt said that his kids listen to them. And yeah, I talked to like a friend who has a pretty high powered job, and they just said they listen to some one track on repeat the whole time. It's got lyrics and it just doesn't matter. They tune it out and they're able to work. I'm like, wow, that's impressive. I can't do that. I think for me, it's sort of like if I were in someone's Twitch stream. As soon as I say hi to them, then I feel like I have to listen for something else because they might say hi back to me. With music, I feel like I don't want to ignore the music because it's nice. I want to listen to it. But if it's new music, then I feel like I'm distracted by it. I usually try to find something I've already heard before, or at least know generally the melody. I never listen to Adam. You should never listen to me. What are you gonna do with that conundrum? Can't do music with words. Oh, someone shared on Discord. What was it? Oh, I don't remember what it was called. It was in the music thing. Let me see if I can find this really fast. Ambient techno mixes. Yeah. Ambient techno. So I was like, okay, let me try that. It was okay. I think it was a little distracting sometimes. It's there's like a bass drum every single beat for an hour. Some people might like that. Well, it's ambient techno. It's not just ambient. I feel like ambient music is fine, but then techno is like very beat driven. So ambient techno is still beat driven. It just, I couldn't really focus all that well. I'm not calling init on this. I need to be. And then let's run this and just see what happens. I should be able to click them. I see free technique, yeah. Yeah, also I've found that I've kind of, I don't know, I feel like old games I can't enjoy as much anymore. And even some of the old games soundtracks I'm starting to like less. Even though musically I think they were good, but the instrumentation is that of like Super Nintendo or N64 and whatever sound fonts they happen to use. All right, so let's go up to here. We just need to be able to click them. We can't even build it now. Explorer hut init. Not set to an instance. What did I do? What did I do? Oh, because we haven't added them to the scene yet. Tisk, tisk, tisk. There we go. How old are we talking? Like more than 10 years, I'd say. I'll give you an example. Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie. I think they have really good musical ideas, but I'm now sort of annoyed by, well, I guess the music tracks online at least also have some like random sound effects in it. Oh, I think those were parts of the songs, the pieces they had. That looked like it. Yep, it did break. But why? You know, cast NPC to Explorer. I forgot to attach the script. Man, I knew I was forgetting something. Yeah. It's okay. It's not a big deal. I do need to stop this from running over there, though. Hey, Ian. What do you think about video game Kickstarters? I think most Kickstarters, I sort of have this opinion that they're just not going to come to fruition. And not even for bad faith reasons. Just I think if people are going the Kickstarter route, they probably lack the tools to just have made the project themselves. And that means that they might be new to making projects. And that means that they might not know how deadlines should work or how to manage a budget or how to, I don't know, keep people on the team for long enough, those sorts of things. So in general, I just, yeah, it's like, hey, if you want to support a game just based on the idea of that, then by all means do it. And I've done it in the past. And I've even gotten some of those games. I got, I think Yooka-Laylee was a Kickstarter, right? I hated that game. Thought it was terrible. And then Hazelnut Bestia is a game that, where's their Kickstarter? I backed this game and it looks good. It looks like another kind of Link to the Past sort of thing. But where's the, can you see when this was created? You can see when it was last updated. Man, is there no way to see when it was created? Oh my goodness, this is like the longest page. All right, well, anyway, I think it was like 2017, something like that. And actually, if you look at the rewards, like Stretch 8, PlayStation 4, we're already on PS5. It's just a little crazy. FAQ maybe? Is there, oh, there are updates. Okay, maybe we can just go to the earliest update. Load more. Give it a sec. Showing 68 of 58 updates. What? Okay, 2018. So it's been 6 years and 2 months. Like, I think this project will get released. They're still making updates. But even then, it's like, I spent money 6 years ago for this game. Check out Hollow Knight. How long was Hollow Knight in Kickstarter for? Is that what you're saying? Also, hey, Brandon. Yeah, yeah. How long was it there for? That was tedious enough that I'm not gonna probably go look up another one. But and I'm not like I said, these games can get launched. They might do well, but it's like if you ever watch any tech review channels, they say review the tech based on what's in your hands now, not based on the promise of what you're going to get. And Kickstarter is a platform based on promises, and promises can be broken, and they can be broken for good reasons, bad reasons. People could just be, I guess, sort of fraudulently raising money. Oh yeah, it was to get to the point where I could click this thing. Let's do that. And the way I look at it is if you know what you're getting into, then that's fine. Like I said, I was happy to just give this person money and support their development. It wasn't even get the game out of it necessarily. And yeah, sure, that's a perk. And ideally, I get the game. But still, it's like this person was pursuing their dream and the game they were making looked kind of cool. Well, why do you ask, Ian, out of curiosity? What do you think about video game Kickstarters? And take care, TJ. Yeah. All right, so we have a way of clicking this. It doesn't do anything other than just say you clicked the NPC. But that's the first step to being able to launch this UI. So now when you purchase hints, we need to store that you've gotten the hint somewhere. And I think Battle Map already keeps track of what you, or Battle Panel keeps track of what you've unlocked, maybe? This just has a selected one. This has unlocked. Yeah. So we would also keep track of which ones you've gotten the hints for. Yeah, that's easy enough. Stonehearth was another good example. They got bought out and didn't finish all their plans, and the community ended up taking over the project. Stonehearth, did I play that game? Sounds like something I played. I can't recall. Yeah, I can't recall if I played this. There's another game, though, that was sort of like this that I was thinking of. Oh, I'll never remember the name, though, off the top of my head. Yeah, I can't think of what it was. Some other town management game where you eventually sort of had to automate everything. All right, purchase hint UI. So we're going to just bring this thing to life. Is namespace C# concept of packages? Namespace is like C++'s concept of namespaces. It's just how you refer to something. You still need to, I don't know what their packaging system is because I just never produce things for other things. There are actual packages, but I don't know what the relationship between a package and a namespace would be. A lot of what I've done in C# has always just been like my own code with very few libraries pulled in. So sorry, I can't answer more authoritatively there. All right, I want to put this inside here. I think the UI can look something like this. Yeah. Okay, so at some point we're going to need to make this. Let's call this the purchase hints or the hint shop. Sure. Doesn't really matter what we call it. This is going to go into where exactly? What is happening here? There we go. I want this to be in list view though. Yeah. It's a battle enchanter instances, resource town. I guess it go into town. Yeah. This is probably a stupid name. The more I think about it. All right, how's this gonna work? So we have a title at the top. Like I said, I'm just making this serviceable. We're gonna eventually put this in the dialogger system, and then I'm gonna do something different completely. So it's really just a VBox container of a bunch of hint purchase widgets. VBox container. And then inside that, I guess we'll dynamically add these. Yeah. So hint stuff will go there. We're not even gonna make a panel for this yet. And then see purchase hints on the map before starting a battle. And there needs to be some way to close this dialog. So let's add another VBox container. So this is going to be the hint selection. Access as unique name. And then under here, we'll put a label at the bottom. And this will say something like, what is it? See purchased hints? Yeah. Cool. And yeah. Hey, Laird. All right. So this should probably take up the full size of the parent, and the hint shop thing should just not take up the full size. We should just shrink it to something. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on sizing concerns or anything like that. There we go. And then we need a close button at the bottom of all of this. Button, close button. There we have it. Boy, we can change this up here, right? Yes, we can. Neat. Hey, Chatty Patty, I'm doing well. Welcome back in. I have a goal for today, which is just like get through the day. I know that sounds like borderline depressed, but I just want to be productive. And I think what happens a lot of times on stream, like the other day, I started and I said, okay, we're gonna work on the difficulty slider. And I thought about it some more and we ended up just scrapping the idea entirely. The issue is in my head, I was like, that's my plan for today. I'm gonna work on the slider. So once we said that that's not the plan, there's no reason to ever add this to the game, I just sort of felt lost. And it shouldn't throw off my whole day. I just do this like mental planning and it just violated the expectation I had. Do you watch the Game Awards? No. What are the Game Awards? Game Awards. The Game Awards. Oh, is this where people vote on like best game of the year? I don't think I've ever watched these. View winners. Game of the year, Astrobot. Is that it? Oh, view all categories. Best fighting. Tekken 8. Best independent game, Balatro. All right, well we gotta be the best game for next year. Most anticipated game, Skeleseller, obviously, right? Skeleseller, nice. Yeah. You have a ton of trailers for new games. That's all I watch for. I guess E3's gone, right? So I wonder if this sort of replaced that in terms of hype for games. If you don't want to do much for the UI, you can give it one of the themes we have set up already, like dialogue theme. Yeah, I don't want to do a lot for this. So let's add in a theme, quick load, dialogue theme. I probably need a panel container for this, right? Panel container. Yes, that would be good. Yeah, thanks, Kevin. That does look a lot better. They reveal a lot of games that are 2 or 3 years out. Yeah, I think I can do this. I think it's nice to have some things on the radar of like what's going to come out when. But like what's on my radar now? I guess there's going to be a Switch 2 eventually. I don't know what games they're planning for it. But I generally like all the first party Nintendo games, at least the big ones like Mario and Zelda. So whatever next Zelda game they make, I think is going to be great. It's like a day one purchase kind of thing for me. I don't really need to know anything about it. Just can go in and enjoy it. I didn't ever go back to Echoes of Wisdom, by the way. I bought it, I played it for maybe half the game, maybe a little more than half, and then just lost momentum for some reason. Probably playing that tonight. Yeah, I haven't tried that game. I have been playing the finals, a little bit of Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I think that's about it. And my wife started playing Paper Mario Thousand Year Door on the Switch, so I've been watching her play that. I tried playing it myself. Wow, that game has slow dialogue. Like to the point where I thought I am not playing this game for like a third or fourth time. There's just no way to speed up how fast the text is going, and it's painfully slow. Like I just sat there pressing A over and over and over for like 5 minutes, and I get that that's part of the appeal of the game is the dialogue, but like I've experienced the dialogue so many times now that I kind of just wanted to get through the battles and stuff. But you can't do that. All right, so I'm gonna fill this hint selection thing through code. And why is this yellow? Labels with auto wrapping must have a custom minimum size to work correctly inside a container. Sure. Where's custom minimum size? Here. 55. Yep. Played a bit of PoE too. I think it looks interesting. I didn't realize it was paid in early access. I thought it was free even now. But I don't think I would pay to try it right now. And I'm wary about trying it at all because I'm worried I'd get sucked in. Who typically gets paid the most in a development team? I think that varies based on the studio. But I think at large studios, it's whoever's highest in the hierarchy. So whoever owns the studio, for example, is probably getting paid the most. But otherwise, it's probably the developers on the team, and it's probably the most senior ones. Okay, so I want to add those dynamically through code. Let's do that. I'll write this over here actually. Add the hint selections through code, and then make a, we got to restore this through saving and loading too. Make a hint purchase entry. It either shows a bunch of question marks, like location not found yet, or a check mark and something like that you purchased it already, or crypt buy hint for 50G. Yeah. Games released, Dev Studio gets a big influx of cash, so lump sums are given out, but it doesn't work like that. I don't know too much about the payment of this stuff. I've only worked for someone else's game company for 1 year. And for my own stuff, I've just never made enough money through my games where this has ever been a sort of a concern, I guess. Yeah, so I don't have too much knowledge on that. I think you could probably find out more online though. This is one of those things where it's like sites like Glassdoor exist, so you can probably glean some more information through sites like that, or Blind, or I guess Blind is only for the company you work at, right? Or Reddit even. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break again, and then we're gonna tackle this stuff. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Good game. Yeah, Monster asks about this game. So you just type join, and then you can jump with a J and then a number. Like J14 will make my character move slightly to the right. Have the stats reset? Yeah, they did reset. I accidentally deleted the save file. Close the game. Yeah, the backup I had was from like 2 or 3 months before. If it were from only a week or so before, I probably wouldn't have reset the stats. But I thought it would have been kind of unfair if I only kept like the earliest 6 months or whatever it was. Yeah. Okay, so hint purchase entry, we got to go make one of those. And that's going to be, well, they're going to be different kinds of entries, I guess. We could have this manage everything. And like I said, I just wanted this to be pretty fast. So yeah, I guess this would be an HBox container, and it would contain a label and potentially a button. Yeah. Label and a button. Okay. Call this hint purchase entry. Access both these things by unique name. Hint purchase entry. And then give it a script. Source scene scripts. All right. Cool. And then we need a script on the hint shop as well. I think I do want to rename this. What do we call this? I don't know. Super detailed instructions for a chat game. Yeah, I think we can simplify them a little bit. But generally, people can find out how to play pretty quickly. And I've even seen people who have never played before who come in first. So I think it's clear enough. I think it's just a little hard with the latency sometimes. We're going to play in about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, a different chat-based game that I made 4 years ago, which is even more intense. But it's also fun. It's fun to watch. I was sitting there on my last lunch break just watching people play, shoot each other with TNT. All right, so attach a script to this too. Scene scripts. There we go. All right, so how are we going to do this? We need the hint shop to exist underneath the Explorer. Actually, the Explorer could keep track of which hints you've unlocked. Doesn't even need to be in the battle panel. What is coding exactly? What do you mean, Chatty Patty? Like how does coding work, or what is it, or what am I coding? Let me think about this. We want to get a couple of things from this, which is the hint selection and the close button. So private control hint selection and private button close button. Making sand do stuff. Electrified sand. Coding for a game, like then you have visual assets. But are you asking like how does code make a game? I'm happy to answer your question. I just want to know what the question is exactly. Yeah, how does code make a game? Okay, so if you think about it, any game that you play has rules, and it has some, like, I don't know, you think about it in terms of systems maybe. So let's say we have Tetris. So what are the rules or the systems of Tetris? It's like you press an arrow key and you move a block, and then every so often the block falls by a row, and when the block lands, something happens. Either you clear a line or it just moves on to the next piece. right? Like, you know how Tetris works, and there's some scoring rules and whatever else, right? So code is a way of you expressing these rules or this logic such that the computer knows how to play the game out for you. So you might have something as simple as like if is key pressed right, and you say something move block right. This is one of the simplest things. Like you don't need to know coding to generally understand what this does. If you're pressing the right arrow, then move the block to the right. And then move block right might be a function. I'm like sort of prototyping this out in Python that says something like, yeah, block.x plus equal 1. So this is saying like move the x coordinate of this block by 1. Then you have rendering systems and input handling systems and everything else. But ignoring the complexity of that stuff, it's like any of these individual functions or statements should be pretty understandable in what they're doing. And even if you look at what I'm about to code here, this is boilerplate. You could ignore this stuff. But eventually what I'm going to do is I'm going to have something like hint selection dot, like imagine I had something like this, like forest, burn down the trees. Just from what you can see in here, it's probably simple enough to understand the general direction. This is a hint shop, probably gonna let you purchase a hint. And here we have a hint of like, hey, here's what you do in the forest area. This isn't exactly how this works, but yeah, that's the high level overview. If that doesn't clarify things, do let me know. I can probably add some more clarity. Close button dot pressed. So we want to hide this dialog, but I think maybe more importantly, we want to indicate that this was closed. How are visual assets included? The graphic design part. So just like how you have code to control the game, you'll have some code to render an asset. So it might be something like draw block, and maybe you pass in a shape or something like that. And then from here, you might do something like load like tshape.png or something like that, or load long blocks.png. I don't know. I'm going in the Tetris example, right? And then your computer will have some instructions somewhere, either in the game engine or you write them yourself, of how to render a graphic to the screen. So in the case of an image file, it would be take the pixels from the image file and put them on the screen with the right scaling and everything. In the case of a 3D model, it would be here are the vertices that represent this person or something, and then here are textures that represent their skin, their clothing, how they should look in different lighting. It gets much more complex when you start talking about modern games, but yeah, in general, it's all you're making your computer do something with some piece of the hardware it has. It's going to load something from the file. It's going to render something to the screen. It's going to listen to an interrupt from a keyboard or mouse. Take home assignments. One was for a friend to review a PR they'd prepared. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah. I like the pair programming, the code review types of things. I don't like the ones that are like spend 2 hours making a system that no one ever needs. And even if they needed it, I think I'd also feel a little wary about that. Like, are they just going to use that? Yeah, it's very complex in itself. Well, if you think about it this way, just take anything a computer does, like notepad.exe. Even explaining how is it that notepad.exe can work, it's like you have the hardware, you have the operating system, and then you have actual programs, and they're all connected. Like when you press the A key on your keyboard, it types an A into your editor. Like that on its own is going through so many different systems, and all of that was built up over the course of many years, that it is a little complex. So at some point you sort of bypass the complexity and you just assume, okay, you can understand that when I type A, it's making the A letter appear in here. Maybe I don't have to explain how fonts work. Maybe I don't have to explain how this program can be moved around or something like that. So yeah, in general, you're going to type code into a game engine and you're going to get a result. Yeah. By the way, there are lots of pieces of any, like you could drill into any single part of this. Like how do you connect the keyboard to your computer? That on its own is an entire like lecture in a college class. You could make it like, how do you render fonts? Like you probably take for granted that this looks crisp at any zoom level. But like, how is that happening? It's like, well, there's maths behind this of how you draw each glyph in a font. And we've refined this over so many years. Technical term for a game, application program. Yeah, application program. I think either one of those is fine. Terms only really exist to get everyone on the same page. So if you say that this game is a program and people know what you mean, then it served its purpose. All right, so public event action on close. Is it curious? Thought it may be something different. Well, like I said, it's just whatever people understand if you're talking about it. So if you were to say that it's an application and you're talking to a bunch of lay people, I'd probably be like, it's a game. That's probably going to put the idea in their head of what this thing is. We probably actually want to cube free this too. Yeah. All right, namespaces, namespace, game source, scene script. Same thing on the hint purchase entry. We need to get the label and the button for that, which I think I literally just called label and button. I did. All right, private button, button. Private label, label. Get both. It had the right code, then I pressed tab and it didn't have it anymore. All right. Games are likely the most complex thing a consumer PC can do. I'd say everything a consumer PC does is probably sort of equally complex. Running your operating system is complex. Running, I guess you could have simple programs, but like your browser is super complex. Games are complex. I don't know if it's fair to say that a game is more complex than like Google Chrome or Electron hosting VS Code or something. There are a lot of layers of all of this stuff. What, Becca? What's the bad naming convention? Oh, just button and label? These are going to be somewhat generic, that's why. I'm still not totally sure how I want to do this stuff. But anyway, when you click the Explorer, what we need to do is pop up their dialog. And I guess that's similar to what we do in the Guildmaster. So let's take a look at that. State machine now clicked. So we have some Guildmaster state machines. And one of them is popping up a dialog. They don't use the dialog controller, though, like the other ones do. Maybe it's better to look at the Enchanter. State machine greeting. This goes into here. This calls set dialog. So that only one of these can show. I don't think I want to do this yet. I think I just want to pop this up somewhere, but that's probably stupid. Because everything otherwise would have to go through dialog data, which we have a slightly different setup for this. And I want to see what Kevin's going to do for the higher adventurer dialog. Yeah, so I think I'm going to do this in my own way. I guess we take for granted all the things required to be able to write games on a PC. You know, one of the things I've talked about for as far as developers taking things for granted is there was a time when you might assume that a problem you have in your code came from the operating system or the compiler. We typically don't assume these things anymore. And that alone is a major leap in progress. So yeah, imagine you're writing something and whatever, you say something like X++, and X was 4 and now it's 6. You'd be like, oh, not maybe from this exact line of code. This would certainly indicate that there's a language problem. But your first reaction when you see something go wrong in your code is probably, it's my fault. And that's a good thing. If you were to think every single time like, oh, it's the compiler's fault, or oh, my operating system might be doing something wrong, or oh, the CPU is overclocked and is skipping instructions, it's like you would live in a world of extreme uncertainty when it comes to building anything. And I had it happen once that I was working with AWS and there actually was an AWS problem. And I spent a week isolating it to AWS and then reported the bug because I just kept thinking, I'm doing something wrong. I don't understand this, because that is such a massively complex set of systems that I thought it has to be me. But it turned out to be them. And then they fixed it. Or the fonts are Diablo 2 problems. Whatever I do will probably be embeddable into the dialogue. Okay, yeah. Sounds good. Hey, Ski. Happened twice with Apple. Both times ended up being an Apple problem. Yeah, lots and lots of debugging. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we do take that stuff for granted. And I think that if you were coding probably 30, 40 years ago, you probably did not take that for granted. You're probably like, oh, this is a bug in the underlying system. I need to report this. And you still have that happen now, but it's with libraries and not with like your CPU or something. All right, I am really dragging my feet on this. So when you click this, we want to pop up the hint shop dialog, which is going to go into where did we used to pop these things up before? I don't know where we would add them. I want to go back in time a little bit to... Oh, wait. Oh, the Guildmaster's doing it right now. We don't need to go back in time. There's a dialogue data for this, but there isn't for everything. Pay to hire adventure. Show dialogue. How does this work? New Twitch layout is interesting. Yeah, any new layout change always throws people off for a bit. And then there's past that knee-jerk reaction time, it's easier to tell whether you like it better or not. I keep finding myself struggling to see where the view count is when I'm watching someone else's stream. And then I'm like, oh, it's above the stream now. Smart detection. Yeah. Yeah, if they move the subscribe button, it might be a short-term impact to their bottom line. Entity.spawn. What is this? Add child to the entity itself. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Then we can do this. That's fine. GCP is worse. I mean, I didn't mean to start a cloud war here. I wasn't trying to say AWS is bad or something like that. I just, you just sort of take for granted that sometimes there are problems in your underlying library, hardware, or cloud platform. All right, so we want to spawn a dialog here, but only if there isn't already a dialog spawned. So pretty much the same way that we did this over here, right? This happened from the state machine, but here we're only going to have the one state. So yeah, I think we can just keep track of the dialog. It's going to be a hint shop dialog. This actually may not even exist. What am I doing? It just be null. All right, so let's copy this. I'm gonna put this here. This is a hint shop. We don't need to do. Town hint shop. I think that's where this thing is stored. Yeah. Scene, add child, hint shop dialog, initialize it. We might need to. I don't care about that yet, but on close is gonna set this thing to null. And then delete all this stuff. We could actually be responsible for freeing it. I don't think that matters too much. And then the position, this is added to the child, so I think this is how we should do things. We don't need to return anything here. All right, so next up, we need to make sure you haven't already opened this thing. Yeah, so if this is not equal to null, return. Is there a trailer for the game? No, there's no trailer for the game yet. Also, I should alias what you've typed. There we go. All right. I think this is good. We'll see something pop up. It won't look right yet. The other thing I want to do is create the Explorer by default, and I want to show the camera where they are. So create Explorer HUD, and then figure out where that is in camera coordinates. Right here, which is negative 925, negative 500, thereabouts. It doesn't matter. 925, negative. There. All right, let's try it. So what we're doing is we are trying to make sure that we can pop up a dialogue. The dialogue will not actually function except to let you close it, I think. And that's it. And then we're going to fill out the dialogue. And we might be able to get this done before lunch. Yeah, so here's the dialogue. We can close it. We can open it again. That's it. That's all I want to do for right now. It's showing beneath the trees, so we got to fix that too. This should have a higher order. And I think it's just got to be, you know, we could just make this relative, right? Z relative, yes, there. That should fix it. Started watching you when you developed Botland. I sucked at that game, but it was still fun. Is there any way to check the project again or GitHub repo? Yes, it's getting open sourced, but I don't have a time frame on when it'll be done. And then it'll probably be hosted as well. But yeah, Eltman is working on that. He streams it every once in a while. I'm not sure where he currently is. I think he got it mostly building, but hasn't gotten it running yet. And then after he's gotten it running, he wanted to make it a little bit simpler to host. But I don't expect, just to be clear, we're not trying to like revive the game. There won't be a set of patch notes for Botland or something. We won't be trying to get a community or anything. It'll just be like, this is archived. All right, we're looking good so far. So now we need to fill out this dialogue. And I'm not sure why it showed up so in such a small window. Why would that happen? Because this has a size on it. It's 500 by 400. And this is the only thing that should matter when it comes to the size of that. Unless I changed it and I just copy pasted code and didn't realize. No. Okay. Just host on my own, play with friends. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I put in so much work into that it'd be great if anyone enjoyed it again. I don't even think I launched from Godot. Yeah, there are errors in the debugger over here, but this is from something else. What is even, oh, I think that was from some previous thing. But yeah, there are no errors on this side. Anyway, it shouldn't be a big deal. Let's go over to Hint Shop now. So the way this is going to work is we need to populate this based on which locations you've unlocked and which hints you've purchased. So the locations unlocked can be gotten through the town. Public void init. There we go. Town equals town. Save that up here. And then initialize that over here. So we're going to initialize the Hint Shop dialog. Yeah, it probably is anchors. Man. That is set to full rectangle. Oh yeah, I'll have to toy with that some more. All right. So when you initialize this thing, we need to populate all the hint purchase entries. Let's try adding some of them. So hint selection dot add child hint purchase entry. And I want to make one of these, which I guess we need to instantiate it like that. Pax-teen does not contain a definition for this. Yeah, it's just the AI making stuff up again. All right, so we need to initialize this with some details here. I guess whether or not you've unlocked this thing. We can't even directly access these. So like a public void init. So what are the three cases we have? Either you haven't discovered the location, or you have discovered it and you've already unlocked the hint, or you have discovered it and you haven't unlocked the hint. So maybe what we'll do is we'll just make a set text function. Set label text, string text. I mean, it's pretty simple. And then whether or not we want to show the button. And we also would need to set the cost. So I guess we only need to really do this once. So public void set properties or it's pretty much just init. So label text cost. And maybe we can just say -1 means that you haven't unlocked this thing. No. And bool show button. Okay. So this goes up here. The button is going to be visible based on that, and the text of the button is going to be buy for some amount of gold. Isn't there a currency symbol or something in here? What do I call it? Money symbol? Money symbol. All right. Label text and show button. Delete that. And now initialize this thing. We're going to say forest cost is going to be 100, and then we're going to show the button. And then we're going to do the exact same thing. We want all 3 cases here. So one of these is going to be forest with a check mark. Is there like a Unicode check mark we can use? So this will be dungeon. And then if you've already purchased it, then this will be false. And then here we're going to say a bunch of question marks. And then what did I have in the issue? Because I liked whatever that said. Where is it? Ah, there it is. Location not found yet. Not, yeah, found. I'm going to say discovered maybe. And this will be 3. All right, so let's see what that looks like. And then we'll properly populate this. Maybe we'll have different ways of initializing this. I'm not sure. Now it doesn't even load. Init doesn't have the thing because I didn't add it yet. Tisk, tisk, tisk. All right. Apparently the z-index didn't fix that. I think I know why. I think it's because the Explorer hut doesn't have a relative z-index on the Explorer. So this z-index needs to be set to 1 so that then the hint shop shows up on top of that. But let's see what we have. Forest says buy for 100. Dungeon presumably has a check mark, but we can't see it. So let's launch this through Godot so we can fix the problems as they show up. We also need to expand the dialogue. Probably need to anchor it. All right, so forest, buy, dungeon, already have. And then this, yeah. Hey, not Nick. So the only other thing we need is for this to have some space around it. We could put it in a margin container. Yeah, there. And then just give it some margin top. I don't know if that's going to look good. I think the problem here is it's not clear this is even inside of a list. This is probably not smart. Like I said, I just wanted something serviceable, and then we can improve this later. And I guess this is serviceable. We need a listener on the button. So we need some like public event action on purchase. Yeah. And call that from here. Good. Then we want to dynamically form all of these. So there's an init that has this stuff. I don't know. Let's get the battle panel and then the instance map and then the unlocked instance IDs. But we need to go through every instance ID that is elite. So how do we get every instance ID? Should be enum functions dot get valid values or something like that. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so go through every instance. Just import these things before we get there. Go through every instance and check whether we've unlocked it or not, and whether you've seen the instance. So we need to know something like bool has seen instance and has unlocked instance. All right, so how do we know if you've seen a place before? Oh, that's unlocked. Yeah, of course. And then you know which ones you've beaten already. But that's not which ones you purchased it for. Yeah, sorry, this is the same thing. I wrote twice. It has unlocked and has already bought the hint. Has bought hint. Okay, so this comes from here. This is in town. Let's just get the instance map. Instance map, instance map. Yeah. So it's just if this, the unlocked instance ID contains that, and then whether or not you purchased a hint, I still haven't figured out where I want to store this, that you've bought the hints, but I feel like the Explorer should know. But if the Explorer knows, then that means that on the battle map, you'd need to reference the Explorer. So I think we just store all this stuff inside the instance map. Yeah. Public hash set instance ID. This would be like instance IDs purchased hints, something like that. Yeah. So then that's going to be this. And then we show an entry based on what we've looked through right there. Hey, Sai. Welcome in on YouTube. Yeah. Hi, hi, hi. All right. So now we need to get the instance data so we know the display name. Instance data equals all instance data dot get from the instance ID. So this should have the display name, data dot display name. For now, let's just set the cost to always be, I don't know, 50 gold. Private const int hint cost equals, actually even 50 is kind of high, maybe like 30. Saiful, you mind sticking to English? Man. I had to change my chat settings on YouTube so that people couldn't chat until they've been subscribed for at least 20 minutes, I think, because the chat quality was very low on YouTube. And I saw Sai come in and I'm like, oh, cool. Let's see if the chat filter works. And the first message out of them, I cannot understand. Okay, so the hint cost we'll put over here. Hint cost. And then finally, whether or not we need to even show the button. So we show the button if you've unlocked the instance and you have not bought the hint yet. Then we can delete all of this stuff. Oh, wait, no, we can't. We need the text. Yeah. This isn't just display name. And it's only for elite instances. Bool is elite equals, this should come from instance data. Yeah, so if it's not elite, we just don't even care. So we can put this stuff up here. Good. And then down here, we want to show everything no matter what, and just the display name is going to change. So text is going to be equal to, I guess let's do this, the display name. But if you haven't unlocked the instance, then text is going to be equal to this. Maybe all it should say is just location not found yet. No, I think some question marks are in order. Else, if you bought the hint, cool. So now we put the text here and the hint cost, which we have, and then delete all this stuff. Except for we can't do that because we still need to add that. Oh, we did already. There we go. And people could argue that you're botting views on YouTube. Because I don't know if view bots are even a problem on Twitch anymore. I think the only thing they impact is your listing in the directory if people have it sorted by viewers. I think Twitch changed the default sort. I think they found a way to stop giving ad revenue unless you're a real viewer. And yeah, I think that's it. So I guess the only problem is, like I said, if you're like bumped up to the top of a category and no one's actually there chatting, you'll probably get real chatters based on that. But still, I think the problem has always been, even if you can prove that someone has view bots in their channel, you don't know if they're the ones who got the view bots there. So if I disliked another streamer, I could go through some service and pay for view bots, and then now they're booted offline or something. So Twitch has never taken action against the channel owners, unless they could prove that they're the ones who purchased view bots, which I think the only way they'd probably do that is if there's some honeypot set up. Just in my meeting, and I'm really happy it's over. I had to talk about something to my manager, coworker, another senior dev manager. It was nerve-wracking. Was it like a difficult, like a, hey, we're not performing up to snuff sort of thing? Or was it just tough because there's a bunch of head honchos in there? Either way, congrats. You've made it through it. You're now better for it. All right, let's try this out. We only have 2 elite instances. So at first, this should just show a bunch of question marks. Then we augment the portal and it should show the purchase button. And then we can't actually click the purchase button, but if we could, it would buy the hint. Nice. We need some indication of what this dialogue is. Gotcha. Who cares? Yeah. Yeah, have you heard of Toastmasters, by the way? I think it's really helpful for that. Because the way you get better at this, if you want to get better, is by practicing. I don't think there's any way you can just be in an isolated location and be like, I'm going to get over my nerves of public speaking. I don't think that's possible. Maybe there's some like meditation expert out there who could do it. But otherwise, I think the way it's like some exposure to it in a controlled environment, I think will help. But I think it's only really required to practice it if you think you're going to need to do it all the time. If you do it like once a year, it could just be something you just say, yep, this sucks. I'm not going to spend the time to get better at it. Generally, as people become more senior at their jobs, they're expected to present a little bit more, just very generally. So I think it's worth spending some time on it. The other thing too is those communication skills impact even just regular day-to-day life. Like every once in a while, you'll be hosting a get-together or something, and you'll tap a spoon against a glass and be like, hey, everybody, want to say thanks for coming over, blah, blah, blah. And even that, if you're feeling nervous for, I think, is a detriment. It's like you're with friends or family or something on a remote island with infinite food. Okay, so when you click the button, there's on purchase. We need to listen to this thing. Hint purchase entry dot on purchase. So you need to have enough money for this thing. And ideally, we are only updating or only having the buttons update when you have enough money. Where's that island? I don't know. It was based on something in chat that who cares is asking about. To me, those things aren't too hard to do since you're friends and family. You know, if you say something wrong, your job isn't online. But I think that is the exact same thought process behind why it eventually wouldn't be hard for you to speak in front of coworkers. There's still kind of nothing on the line. It just feels that way a lot of times. And I think that's true for any performance you might be doing. Like, let's say you prepped a lot for, I don't know, a baseball game or something like that, or you were going to go play guitar in front of a bunch of people. It feels like something else on the line. Like you want to impress those people, or you want to play well, or you want to whatever. But end of the day, it's like, it's just another performance. Sometimes people see bad ones, sometimes they see good ones. They're not going to judge you the rest of their life for it. But yeah, I think internalizing that requires you to run the gamut of those performances. Have bad ones, have good ones, have ones where they were good, but people just didn't care anyway. So to ensure we have enough money, then subtract the money, and grant the hint. I don't think it's imposter syndrome exactly. I think you can be pretty confident about what you're presenting, but you present it to enough people where you're spooked about it. Like imagine if you were teaching how multiplication works, something that probably most people have the ability to explain, and you're teaching it to a stadium full of people before a football game. You're probably going to be nervous. So I don't think it's imposter syndrome. Unless the imposter in this case is your public speaking doubts. But yeah. All right, I don't care about any of this stuff. We need to change the hint after we've done this. So this has got to be like a setup instance hint. Yeah, private void setup hint for instance. And that means we need to be able to refer to this entry to know which instance ID it is. So we'll need to save these off. Hint purchase entry. Dictionary of the instance ID to that. Save this here. Take in the instance ID. This can just be reflected automatically. Let me delete all of this and put it all down here. This will be a return. The instance map doesn't exist, but we can just get it from here. This can be called from this thing. All right, so granting the hint, how do we do that? We go to the instance map. There, perfect. All right, make sure we have enough money. How do we do that? If town.money is less than the hint cost in return, and then subtract the money. It's modify money hint cost. There we go. And then we need to update the entry, which in this case we won't have it on purchase, and we can't just keep adding another thing here. There needs to be like update hint entry. In-person meetings were stressful. I never knew a crazy new person would be in the room. Yeah, I think that's a different situation in that you have cause to believe that a meeting will be stressful. Like I imagine if you were an excellent public speaker, but then I'm just picturing Parks and Recreation, the TV show. You go and speak in front of your town, and there are people who are just arguing with you, and they're yelling, and they're whatever else. It's like at that point, it's not really public speaking that's coming into play. It's like conflict management or something. That's a very different kind of running a meeting. Came across a company that markets themselves as the #2 company. You know, if I were making a Minecraft clone and I was like the second best Minecraft type game, I'd be pretty happy about that. I'd probably market that. Because no one's going to beat Minecraft at this point. It had to be like 5-10 more years for someone to get bigger than them. All right, so I want to do the stuff that we had down here. I guess I want to initialize this differently. So we can call update hint entry here with the instance ID. This would assume that this exists. So we need to get this first. Hint purchase entry. Got it. Now, whether or not you've bought it, that stuff comes from here. Slowly making all this work. We need the text for it as well. Then we need the instance data, which is from here. Anything else? These are now not needed. So all this is going to do is set up all of the entries and then call update and only set up one on purchase for them. The on purchase should be removed after we've done this. I guess what we could do is we could just make sure this doesn't exist for right now. No, the button won't show up anymore. What am I doing? That'll be fine. Yeah. Yeah, so all we do is we call this down here. All right, let's try that out. That's a game, not business CRM. Very odd. I can present in front of one person. If it gets to be more than that, I get nerves. If you and I were just have a one-on-one, I could easily talk. Yeah, well, like I said, I do recommend something like Toastmasters if you want to get over that. And if you don't want to, again, totally fine. But I find that I've been part of, I think, 2 different Toastmasters clubs. And one was when I worked at Microsoft, so it was only Microsoft employees. And there were sometimes a lot of people that would show up to that. And a lot in my mind was like 15 to 20. And then another one was like mostly government employees, actually, and some stragglers. And I was one of the stragglers. And that had maybe like 5 to 8 people. And in both cases, I felt like it was enough to know that you're presenting to just, you don't know everyone in the audience. That's it. That's all that really mattered. And I like that. And I learned a lot doing it. And I feel like you get in the mentality faster every time you do it. This can be read only, but then it needs to move. All right, how are we looking here? Is this gonna work? Does it cost money? I think so, but I think it's a pretty low cost, and usually employers are willing to pay for it. It's essentially professional development. But yeah, if I recall correctly, it's like less than $50 per year. It's like it costs more to have a Netflix subscription than it does to be in Toastmasters. Given key canyon was not present in the dictionary because I didn't add this soon enough. There. Remote working in a village has so many opportunities. Yeah. You never know though. There could be a club around you. Unfortunately, I think in-person clubs have really kind of died down in the last 50 years. Well, I shouldn't even say 50, probably like 20. It's kind of sad. All right, so it says a location not found yet. This won't automatically update, and it should automatically update when you unlock a location or when you change the amount of money you have. So I think we can do that, and then maybe, what time is it? 11:40? Yeah, so to do listen for money changing, so we can update buttons dynamically. And then to do disable buttons if you don't have enough money. And the other one was listen for unlocking instances so that we can change the entry. All right, I think there's a way to do that stuff. Unlocked instance. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Town.battle map, battle panel.instance map, unlocked instance. What? What's going on here? Why is it? Oh, weird. Huh. Okay. Date hint entry. I was red. I don't know why I was red. All right, so that one's done. That was easy. And now listen for money changing. Town dot on money change plus equal update hint entries. This is gonna happen every single time money changes here. I'll just call this money changed. Yeah. We could just call update and it will technically work, but the only thing that's going to change is if there's a purchase button. So we don't need to do all of this stuff. We just need to go through and see, is the purchase button showing? In fact, hint purchase entry could listen to this and just if the button is visible, do something. That's probably how that should work. Alternatively, we make the button public and we have the hint shop handle that. But yeah, I think we should delete this. I think when we initialize this thing, we just initialize it with the town as the first argument and then pass this in. And we just listen here for money changed plus equal update button, private void update button. So if the button is visible, oops, what in the world? What just happened? If the button is visible, I guess if it's not visible, let's just return. And then set its disabled state to whether or not you have enough money. We don't save the cost, so I guess we need to save the cost. Cost equals, actually, just don't worry about that. Save that off here. Cost equals cost. Rename the variable to actually have an underscore. And then down here, it's just if the amount of money, this needs to take in the amount of money you have. If the cost is less than the amount of money, which I think I'd rather frame as the money is greater than the cost. And that's it. Everything should work. All our to-do items should be done. All right, let's try. Oh, wait, no. When you first make one of these, the button needs to be disabled correctly. And we need to do it based on how much money is in the town. So I guess we could just say update button town.money. Yeah. Perfect. How do you keep track of the importance of each to-do so you don't forget to implement the feature later on? Those to-dos were something I just planned on addressing in the next, 15 minutes after writing it. So those were really just notes to me that I happened to put into the code. In general, I don't think you should have to-dos in code without having a bug number with it. So like imagine you have to-do 159 or something like that. And then you can say like, fix this. And that way all the context can be in the bug. So now you go to issue number 159 and you see like, oh, wow, that's what's causing this. And look, people commented on it here, and here's when it's scheduled to be completed. If you don't do this, it's very common for code bases just have to-dos that'll never, ever get done, and no one knows why, and no one knows how to fix them. So I find that having some external reference is pretty good. We have, I think, 3 to-dos in the code base. Yeah, we have 3. This one says we should remove this after checkpoint number 4. So this is going to be super obvious. We only have 2 bosses in the game. So like once we get more bosses, we're going to change that. This is just a to-do item that really should be an issue. And this should also be an issue. Yeah, I mean, technically they should all be issues. Did I rerun this? I don't recall. Let's try. Okay, this is a very hard repro to do because we need to not have enough money before we do it. So we need to spend as, oh, that didn't work. What happened there? Update button, because money changed? Oh, I see. Oh. Huh. In purchase entry line 40. The button doesn't exist? Because we call this before this has been added. Where do we add this thing? Right there. No. We do this correctly. Where's this coming from then? Set money 544 listens to this, updates the button. Oh, it's been disposed. Oh, because we never cleaned this up. Oh, my bad. Yeah, my bad indeed. Whoopsie doodle. Go fix that. Okay, so we would need to save the town for this to work, which is fine. We'd be heroes if we saved that town. Town equals town. Listen to that. Put this down here. Just make it a minus equal. And that should fix it. So what was happening though? What was happening here? I don't understand why that would have taken place. Huh. I think it just sort of... Why did that fix this? It would mean that we're disposing one of these things, but we're not, right? Unless I call this multiple times. No. Huh. Let me print this out. Made button with text. There. Because this should only print twice, as far as I know. So if it's printing more than twice, then there'd be a problem here. Who cares? Thanks again for gifting this up. There's this trickle of money coming in. I actually just got my Twitch paycheck, and I think it was for like 250 bucks. I am not trying to earn a lot of money off of Twitch right now, but I appreciate it. Who cares? You are many of those bucks. Wait, this didn't print anything out. Which means I'm not calling init. But whoa, I didn't I didn't need to make you gift more subs. But thank you very much. And welcome in all you new subs. That's the wrong building. I'm only clicking this building to get it to modify money so that it goes through the modify money, the money change thing. And the init should happen. Oh, wait, I never built this. Oh, because there are no hint buttons. Okay, I needed to do that after building the thing. My bad. Yeah. Oh, wait, it was built by default. No, I didn't need to do anything there. What is going on then? Incoming new latte machine. I actually don't drink coffee. This is making two of these. Yeah, I don't get this. I don't know what's going on. Somehow this was getting disposed. Oh, because we free the dialogue. Right, of course. Yeah. Yeah. Here's what was happening. I was clicking this, then I was clicking close, then I was changing money somehow. So like we do that, and then it was breaking. Okay. Got totally turned around there, but I think it should be working now. So let's try it out. We're gonna go back to here. I'm gonna click this. It says location not found. So if we go augment the portal, let's click this once. And then when I click it another time, these question marks should change. Good. But it's disabled. Why is it disabled? Oh, it failed. Dungeons not present in the dictionary. Line 84 of the hint shop. Yeah, of course, but why is that happening? Because we should be making it regardless of whether you unlocked it or not. And this sets the hint purchase entry here. Oh, wait, why is it trying to find dungeon? Oh, because of, oh my God. Unlocking it. We only care. This is going to be broken too. Right? We don't ever unsubscribe from this. I think we need to unsubscribe from this. And then we should probably rename this entire class. Rename to hint shop dialogue. That would have been much smarter. No, we had enough money for it. The problem was that we're breaking here, and the reason why we're breaking here is we need to say something like unlocked instance, and then that needs to call hint entry, but only when it is not elite. No, only when it is elite. So we do this, but now we need to check this right here. Also, while we're going to check data for is elite, which is all we're going to check it for, then let's just put this like this. There. It's not elite return. This we can say is instance ID. I am going to just keep the typo because it's actually faster to do it this way. There we go. Skeleton and Twitch gifts. I hope so. But at this point, part of the reason I hope so is because we're up to something like 340 wish lists. And even just based on sort of conservative conversion stats from this, we should already make like a decent baseline of money. Well, I say decent. It's going to be like $1,000 or something. So not enough to justify a year's worth of work, but you know, not zero and not like $200 and then no money ever comes in again. All right, I think that should fix that one thing. The next thing, though, that we have to fix is this. What? What just happened? Oh, I see. A whole thousand. So not a million, you're not optimistic. I think for Skeletor to make $1 million would be very tough. I look at other indie games that do very well, and I always think there's sort of more general appeal to the game. I think town management is kind of general. I think the idle aspect makes it not as general anymore. I think it's a little bit more niche. And you might say, well, why not market it idle gamers? But I think it's different enough from idle games people are used to. So I guess the kinds of games I sort of compare it to would be, what is it, like Rusty's Retirement? This is not the same, but it's probably similar-ish. And this did very well. The general gauge you can have for how many sales did a game have is multiply this number by about 40. So there were probably about 400,000 sales of this game at probably an average price of, let's say, like $6. So it probably grossed about 2.4 million. And that's really good. That's great for a game. Yeah. Then Steam took however much of that money, several $100,000. Yeah, so after taxes, they could buy a gumball from a vending machine. It is a nice game. Yeah, yeah. I'm not trying to knock on the game, by the way. I haven't played it. It looks cool. But when I look at games like that, I think they've got to do something very unique. They've got to be very well thought out. They've got to really hook you. I think Skeleseller has the makings for some of that right now. And we'll just have to see how this pans out. Now, let's rename this before I forget. Hint Shop Dialogue. Delete that. Rename this to Hint Shop Dialogue. Search for Hint Shop in case I left it like that anywhere. I did. This needs to be renamed. Anywhere else? The scene file. Hint Shop Dialogue. It uses this. Probably change this too. Probably go delete the other file. Make sure we don't have that open anymore. Any others? Just here. Now we can, oh, we already did remove this to item. Okay, I think this is good. I think we got this. Seems cut is 30%, yeah. Yeah. It's also 40% tax. So wait, what is that? 2.4 times 0.7 times 0.6. So yeah, a little over $1 million. Yeah, and this is why I was saying the economics of game dev kind of rarely makes sense. It's not like a million is a small amount of money, but how long did that person spend or people spend making the game? How much are they dividing the money? This is why you got to be very passionate if you're doing game dev. All right, so we're going to augment the portal. That is not how you do that. When I click it the second time, this should pop up and the button should be enabled. It is not enabled still, but hopefully there's no error this time. Yeah, so why is that happening? Hint purchase entry. We update the button. If it's not visible, we just return. Otherwise set that the money is greater than the cost. Why is that not happening? Oh, because the button isn't visible to begin with. I see. Yeah, so we probably need to update the button. All right, hint purchase, hint shop dialog. Not that, this. Unlocked instance calls update hint entry. Yeah, whenever we update this, I guess init. Oh, init does get called again though. And init does call update button. It also listens to this again, which is a huge problem. That should not be happening. There should be some like update with all of this stuff. And that stuff should happen here. We should delete these. This. Date button with the town's money. We can only do that down here, right? There. Now we only add one listener to this. Yeah, I think this is better. So now this init goes away. We call update on those things. Anything else that's broken here? Oh, well, we're calling init multiple times now. We can't do that. We need to just do that right here. Easier to make a game hosting platform? I definitely don't think it'd be easier. But this is the sort of classic problem. If you're just a developer and you're looking to make money, do you make a thing or do you make a platform for the thing? And I think this is why a lot of people sort of go the like software as a service route. At least then you build something, you get subscriptions, you hopefully get customers who just don't care about your service improving or anything, and you pull in some income from that. I think if you ever make a platform, then you have to deal with all of the moderation that comes with that platform. And I don't think that's ever fun. I think the only way it might be fun is if it's like a small Discord community or something. It's like, every once in a while you update the rules or you, I don't know, do something based on good faith people existing in the community. But yeah, communities get large enough and then it doesn't matter. You'll always get some bad apples. Did I get this to work? Because I changed some code around, but I don't think it would have affected updating this button. Did I end up watching the video about AI? Not yet, no. I haven't done that. Man, what is going on? Did I code this backwards? Let's try that, I guess. Let's try spending the rest of our money. There, now we don't have enough money. Yeah, and it lit up. Okay, well, that's stupid. If, oh, this is if it's disabled. Ah, I see. So disabled if the money is less than the cost. Ah. Yeah. Okay, I think everything should be working now. So we click this, we unlock basically everything, right? Oh wait, we haven't unlocked all the locations, right? No, we don't. We only wrote it in code. All right, so what happens if we buy the hint? What happens? Shows a check mark. I guess we should only show this thing here if you have purchased a hint. Should also show a label at the top of all of this. Hint dialogue. How do we do something? How do we do this on the town perks? We have a title somewhere, right? What is that? Why can't I click? Why can't I click that? All right, well, it's this label, and it's just a large label. Has a font size set to 30. Okay, let's just copy the label and put this in here. And call this hint shop. I don't know. All right, now this got positioned inside of a VBox container. I guess we can put this in the overall container. Yeah, there we go. All right. I think we're in pretty good shape. Yeah. I want to test this just a little bit more. Launch through Godot so we can make changes. I had said that thing about you should have purchased a hint before you see that message at the bottom. Yeah. And the text is really, really borked there. We got to fix that. Texture linear. We should just set a linear texture on this whole thing. That'll fix all of the text issues. Yeah, nice. Okay, so how do we want to change this? If you haven't unlocked any locations, no, that's impossible. Yeah, you don't even see the Explorer until you unlocked a boss location and lost to them. So it's impossible for there to only be all question marks in here. So at the very least, the starting state of this would be this. Yeah, so this label could change to if you're having trouble beating certain, if you're having trouble beating elite monsters, let's just write this out. If you're having trouble defeating elite monsters, consider purchasing a hint above. Yeah, that's what that should say. Scout reports. Yeah. I think this should change for sure. Hint, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure yet, but it should probably change. All right, where is this? This is the guidance label. And in the hint shop dialog, let's go get that. And then we'll set it to different text based on what you've unlocked. So what do we need to do here? This is if you haven't purchased any hints, and if you have purchased hints, then we can say see purchased hints on the map. Maybe we always show this text. I actually kind of like that idea. And then we just conditionally add on to it. Or maybe it should just be diegetic and it should say, hey there, having trouble beating an elite monster. So it's like it's actually what the character would be saying and not what the player is seeing. I have seen quite a lot in my day and can sell you some hints. Yeah, except for then this would probably show on the top, right? Not there. There. Yeah, I like that. And then once you've made the purchase, we would show a different label. So just get rid of this. Revoke unique name and just call this label. And then put another label down here at the bottom. And I guess that one would be inside a margin container. And this would say something like what this had said. Yeah. So now this margin container probably doesn't need to exist. What is it creating a margin for? The top? Might be fine. And then this we access as unique name, and this is now the guidance label. And we only want to show that when you've actually purchased a hint. So we got the guidance label, and we're going to hide it by default. And you purchase a hint here, and now we show this. I'll leave my nits in your PR. Yes, please. Say that you built them, show guidance label based on whether you purchased a hint. I don't know if this is even gonna look good yet though. Let's try it. And then it's pretty much lunchtime, right? 12:07. Okay, this looks bad, but that's why we launched it like this, so that we can put some margin on here. What is that one? Margin bottom is the bottom one. There we go. I think just putting a border around this or something would probably help. Remember, this is never, you can never see the state. You can only ever see this state at least. This dialogue should be bigger as well. I don't know how to do that. Or rather, I don't know why it's not already bigger. If I increase the width, does this do anything? No, it doesn't. Yeah, I think we need to just make this be a panel container. All right, let's try that. So we name this hint shop dialog, make scene root, delete this. This has the script though. So now hint shop dialog script goes on the root. Then the explorer gets, I don't even know what. Yeah, I have no idea. And you said the minimum size? Oh yeah, that's probably it. Yeehaw, that looks terrible. Because I put the theme on the other one, so now we gotta quick load the theme in here. That's better. Now set a minimum size somehow. Custom minimum size, here we go. So 500 by 400. And then maybe stop positioning this weirdly. All right, did that fix it? It's gigantic. What if we make a new one though? It's still gigantic. What is happening? What is going on? Why is it huge? Is this even shrinking anything? Is it because it's already been created and we need to just reload the whole game now at this point? I don't even know. Let's just quit. All right, I'll set this to 300 by 300. I'll need to remove the anchor. There we go. All right. That'll potentially work. And let's increase this. Probably want this to be a little taller too. I think 500 by 400 is probably fine. Plus, it's eventually going to get moved. Yeah, try running that. I have no idea what I'm doing. It's not obvious. Is anchored to the center. It gets added directly to the Explorer. The Explorer doesn't add it underneath the control, and maybe it should. Why is it 1-to-1 ratio square? It's something else is going on here, and I don't know what it is. Make expand vertically so the close button is always at the bottom. Yeah. That would look better. All this dialogue will always be populated by the same number of things. I don't know how to fix this though. I think we just need a control node under here. And we call this something like dialogue parent. This isn't going to matter though in the future because we're not even going to spawn it through here. We're going to spawn it in screen space. Whatever. Let's try it out. If I make it small, does it become so big? I could try that too. Let me get this though. Dialogue parent equals null. Get this in ready, which we now actually need. That's a percent sign. Then when we add child, we're actually doing it here. And let's try that out. I think think that'll work. I think we don't even need the positioning now in code. Never mind. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, we could try resizing it. All right, so change the size of this to be 50 by 50. And then spawn that dialog. I don't think it's having an effect, which means something else is causing this to get sized the way that it is. Yeah, that has to be what's going on. I don't know why. We have the anchor set to center and we don't have this thing set to expand at all. I just don't get it. Yeah, don't get it. You have a transform lower? I have a transform, but it's set to the minimum size. Oh, you're saying when I set this to 50 by 50, I still had this set. Yeah, okay, that's true. I can try running that again. Okay, so it is affecting the size of this. Although it's huge for some reason. Set container sizing to be center instead of grow. All right, let's set this to 500 by 400. Let's set the container sizing to be center. Let's reset the position. Did that work? Let's just look at the pay to hire adventurer because this is working just fine. So what caused this to work? Its anchor is set to the top left. It does have a minimum size, but otherwise nothing else is happening. It's just getting added directly to the Guildmaster. So yeah, something is just funky about this. I don't know what it is. I mean, maybe if I change the anchor to top left, it's going to do something different. I don't know why. Something should have stopped this from going into outside of the bounds of the screen too. Man. Okay, well, I kind of want to ignore this stuff for right now. But there's another problem that just popped up, which is that now this dialogue is showing beneath the trees. But that might be because I added in this dialogue parent. I think we're just going to delete that. Yeah, just Command Z all of that. No, it's still underneath the trees. What? Oh, I know why. Because I changed the parent. It used to be under control, and that's what had the ordering set to one higher than the child. So yeah, now it's showing up above the trees, but it's also gigantic. And I don't know how to stop it from being so large. All right, let's just, whatever, set the minimum size to like 200, set this to 0, reset these. Does that fix it for new versions of the dialogue? It does, but it's still super tall for some reason. Oh, I think I know what's happening. The label was probably causing it to get sized that way. So if we set this to like 500, then the labels won't take up a lot of space. I don't know what's going on. I should stop doing this. Guess don't make hint selection expand in case that's making expand, but it shouldn't be that. Yeah, there's just something funky going on here, and I'm not sure what it is. And as I mentioned, the way I add the pay to hire adventurer dialogue should be the same way. We make this right here. We add it directly to the Guildmaster. Then we just set a position, and that's it. Meanwhile, in the Explorer, I'm doing pretty much the same thing. We make it, we just add it directly to the Explorer, we initialize it, we set the position. And I don't even need to set the position necessarily. We could have that be centered and then delete this. Oh, but then it would need to be underneath a control node, and it's not. Oh, can we delete the anchor? I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, that's what Kevin has suggested too. Something's still not making sense to me. All right, I kind of give up on this. I don't think this is worth it. We set this to top left. I'm just gonna set this to top left as well. I just want it to be visible on screen. What in the world? Okay, whatever. That's great. I'm just keeping that. I don't know what I did. I don't care. I did change the filter here though, so we got to put that back to what it was. Linear. So now it should be legible the next time we launch a game. Cool. All right, so unlock this. So if I click buy, it says see purchase hints on the map before starting a battle. That's not the best way to phrase that. Purchased hints can be seen on the map before starting battle. There are lots of ways we can improve this. But I think that's probably good enough for now. Yeah. Okay, show it. Have a dialogue for general hints. Save and load this stuff. Yeah, this stuff will all take like an hour and then we'll be done with it. Maybe less than an hour. So we can finish this afternoon. What you got for lunch today? For food, I've got leftover quiche. And for games, you're going to play Animal Royale. Then post-lunch tasks, I'm not totally sure, but we should probably do autosave. And then we only have one other major task for checkpoint 5. I mean, balance is also a major task, I guess. Yeah. Hey, Alcohol and Q. Alcohol and Q, have you played Animal Royale? I'll kick this off and I'll explain it. Is it TNT time? All right, so Twitch scenes, you can now see this text up here saying I'm on lunch break. I'm not actually on lunch break yet, but it is 12:20. So it's going to kick off this game. And it's a very hard game to play. Well, once you get the hang of it, it's not too bad. All right, so here's how it works. Type !join in chat. And I'll spectate one of these and you can see how this works. So here, I'll show you where you all are. There's Puppet. There is Monster. There's Elk. There's Jordy. There's Nova. And there's TJ. Oh, wait, and there are a couple more people. Kevin and Perfect Alibi. Decurus spawned up there. Alcohol and Q spawned right there. So now you have to use the TNT command in a very specific way. And it is not easy to figure out. But there's that graphic that got typed out in chat. The last imager link in chat. Why is this so loud? All right. Yeah, so TNT takes 4 different parameters, and it's not super obvious. But the first is an angle, like you're looking down. So angle 0 would be straight north in the world. Also, this is a gigantic map. So this is a little bit hard to see everybody all at once because there's a huge cliff up here. The ideas to keep viewers engaged are so good. I like this game. I think it's a cool game. I think it's just very hard to play and we need to make it easier. And I'm not spending any time trying to make it easier. And yeah, it's hard to show everyone given how high up everybody is. So anyway, Decurus is now targeting at Kevin. Let's see what we got down here. Got a bunch of sheep facing right. Probably have not figured out the TNT command. How do you know which is north, south, east, west? I mean, you technically don't. What I meant by north is just like, you know, up in that direction. All right, so Decurus did launch a TNT, but right next to them and blew up. So Kevin's up there. Let's focus on these people. Kevin will have to figure out how to aim. Yeah, so the first thing is the angle. The next one is the pitch, I believe, which is how high up your sheep is looking. So you can see, for example, with Jordy is looking at a pitch of like 20 degrees probably. And then it's power of how far you'll send it, and then time to live, which is how long the TNT will live for. So yeah, very confusing. I know that it's confusing. We definitely need to change this. Here, Kevin, I'll show you where your TNT is going. That's pretty good. Probably need some more time to live on that. I'll spectate one more of these afterward, so that hopefully we get a better arena. In fact, I'll probably make sure it's a better arena. Nova, you were shooting TNT like super high up. Probably trying to get Kevin, right? Oh wait, no, you're not shooting it super high up. Now you're shooting it just in front of you. Uh-oh, you hit yourself. All right, let's see. It's a pretty good shot, Kevin. Noah's taking a bunch of damage now. Noah's taken like 6 hits, but hasn't died. Does it cache the last one and send them all out at once? There's a timer at the top of the screen. Do you see that launching TNT? So when you type a TNT command, it's just going to forever shoot TNT every time that timer hits 0. Unless you teleport. All right, so now TJ is shooting themselves and Jordy. Oh, okay, so now it's L:Q, who I'm not sure has even shot TNT once, but is angling downward now. And then Kevin. So this is the battle of the two sheep titans. I'm gaming. So if you don't give all numbers, it does nothing? Yeah, correct. Yeah. And if you want to base a command on the previous one, you can do the add yaw, add pitch, etc. So probably Kevin's about to win this. But Kevin might screw up. Oh, it's starting. Yep. Okay, Kevin wins. Okay, so I'll spectate one more and we'll try to get a flatter arena. So don't join yet. Nobody typed a join command because I want to make sure we get an arena that's actually conducive to learning this game. I just said don't type join. Okay, this one's pretty good. Okay, so you can join this as soon as it tells you. Yep. Yep. So type !join. It's much easier to see what's going on in this arena. You have the identify command if you want to see which sheep you are. So just type !identify and it'll launch a firework or something up into the air. Yeah. Anyway, you can put the command TLDR on screen. Yeah, I can try, but it's going to be a little bit hard. So here's the TLDR. Okay, so let's shrink this. Open this in a new tab. Okay, so I can't show this very easily while everything else is there too without covering the game. So yeah, no one's in the upper left corner. So your first argument is the angle into the world. So 0 is this direction and 90 is to the right and 270 is to the left. And then the next thing is the pitch. You probably want 45 just to try it out. And then power is how far it fires and time to live is how long it lives. So yeah, good luck figuring that out. I'm going to show the game again. Sorry about that. Kevin drowned. Uh-oh. Shouldn't the mouse cursor not be showing? Why is that showing? Whoa, everyone's launching TNT. Someone got a direct hit. Yeah. Quickie Joe blasted Human Puppet. Rensu blasted Monster and Nova. Wow. Good job. Yeah. Sheep being the same color as chat is cool. Yeah, Kevin did that. Okay, so anyway, if you get the idea of this, I am going to let this match finish and then fix the mouse cursor and then go get my lunch. And you'll all just be playing on your own. I'll be gone for probably like 20-ish minutes. But yeah, let's see who we've got and where. So we got Sorrow there and Elk. I'll let TNT fire. That way you can see. Oh, well, they're both dead. Yep. Okay. Oh, Quickie Joe's dead too. Wow, direct hit. So we got TJ, Jordy, and Perfect Alibi. Last 3 sheep remaining, I think. Yeah. And you're all on the water. Is there an easy way to stop the cursor from showing on screen? Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna go get lunch then. You all have fun. I'll be back in a bit. Yeah. See ya. I can't even mute my mic though. Hang on a second. All right, hey again, everybody. I am back. I don't know what is going on in this game, but yeah, that's going to be a problem. Oh, that's probably why you died that one game a while ago. It seems like it just floats you in the air for a little too long. I wonder why that's happening, though. Anyway, we only have 3 players. This will be the last game. So there's Quickie Joe. There is Human Puppet, and Kevin's there in the back. Quickie Joe definitely blends in with the environment. I don't see any TNT firing yet. Still nothing. Pacifist sheep game. Kevin's got to be careful because, oh, wait, never mind. I thought there was a tree blocking you. No, I won't spawn lava yet. I'll let you have your game. It's a pretty good shot, Quickie Joe. You're just barely off. I think Kevin's gonna die. Kevin's got 2 people targeting him. Oh wow. Nice shot. Wow. Kevin's got some skills in this game. All right, so it is Kevin on the upper right versus Quickie Joe on the bottom left. This TNT is going still in the same spot. Yeah. All right, Quickie Joe is just adjusted. Kevin is trying to figure out his bearings. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right, that was a little bit long. That's quite long. Quickie Joe forgot the last argument. It's just 60, 60, and 5. Missed out on the last like 3 attempts. Yeah, there's really got to be better feedback about this. Ooh. Ooh. I think this is it. I think this is the kill. Not quite. And now Quickie Joe just teleported. I feel bad. Quickie Joe hasn't actually shot TNT. You're nestled in the tree, but I don't think it's gonna help for too much longer. Yeah, there it is. The -3 adjustment, dead center. Ooh, brutal. Brutal. All right, let's disconnect. Close the game. I was trying to run away. Yeah, you can only teleport once every 15 seconds, I think. But you know what they say, Kevin will hunt you down. All right, let's go take a look at something because I am a little bit curious about this. Animal Royale. I was writing some test messages. I gotta check server logs too. I was writing some test messages to see did it join me into the game when it shouldn't have, but I don't think it was. So yeah, let's see if I can find the server logs. Where did I even put this? Downloads? Yeah, there it is. And there are some logs in here, yeah. And what are these logs? Latest.log. When is one of these from? I was afraid of that. It made a log. Well, let's just load up the latest one. So what am I looking for in here? Interesting. There is an exception here. Yeah. Well, but these exceptions might be normal. But what is this? Cannot invoke get wool data because color is null. Set color. So whoever joined in this game, Rensu, Human Puppet, and then Elkpine. So now I gotta find the chat logs. and then look for when Alpine typed join. 12:36. Okay, give me a sec. Oh, yeah. A cherry can't join because the color isn't set. I don't know why that would be happening though. But their message just had, like, right around here, just said join with no color. I wonder if there are any other exceptions here. Let's search for exception. Asynchronous block remove. Where's this coming from? Relocate. Relocate is causing some problem too. But yeah, I'm guessing at 12:29 we see the same thing. Did a cherry try joining then? Yes. Yeah. So for whatever reason, you just literally can't join the game, but you still get spawned in as a sheep, and then things start going wrong. I don't know what's causing that. Can you get a rainbow sheep? I don't know. Is that a thing? Rainbow sheep 2023. Huh. I am the bug. I wonder if you don't have a name color. Like, I'm not totally sure. It must be that. Yeah, I'll just file an issue on this. Yeah, maybe it's is there, do I have a color command? I don't. Oh, darn it. There used to be something that would report what Twitch thought your color was. It should get a random one, yeah. I don't know what's doing it exactly, but I guess let's get the two errors. So here's one error. Whoops. All right, Animal Royale problems. Actually, I should just file this on the Animal Royale issue thing. New issue. Exception on relocate. Haven't looked into the cause, but this just happened on today's stream. Oh, it cycles through all the colors. Cool. Yeah, I did not know that. I probably won't add that to the game though, because I don't want it to be too distracting for players who they picked their color and then they have a hard time finding themselves because they see a sheep that turns like red and then blue maybe. It's pretty minor though. I wouldn't necessarily mind adding it. Anyway, that was problem number one. Problem number two is they don't have a Twitch color. That case should be handled. Yeah. I don't know what's causing that. But anyway, it's this. I'll just file an issue on it. Exception thrown when a user tries to join. The user was a cherry Dagon, and their color is not set on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, that's all we have to go off of, right? Set color, craft sheep, 19. Craft sheep. That's not a file of ours, is it? No. Oh, it may be causing the hovering in the air? Yeah, maybe it is. That's a good observation. I'll write that down. This may be what causes sheep to hover in the air for too long. And yeah. And then paper logs. I want to just say modify documentation. Actually, I could probably just do this faster than it would take me to file an issue for it. Yeah, let's just edit this directly. Server logs to see any exceptions that pop up. Paper automatically logs to the logs folder. Add note about server logs. Yeah. I meant the other issue filed. Oh, about join? I would have thought it'd be the first one. All right, I'll just remove that note. Because, yeah, I don't know. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. I just wrote this in the wrong issue. I thought this was the one on relocate. Yeah, my bad. I'm glad I did that because I was not. Didn't mean to. Anyway, cool. Whatever. Good. Good. So let's get back to Skeleton Seller. We have to commit what I worked on. By the way, thank you all for playing. It looked like people were having fun. I think one of the biggest features we need is an automated camera. But I don't know how much work is worth putting into that kind of game. Like, it's a game in Minecraft. There's some cool things you get by it being in Minecraft, and even just the familiarity that people have. Was it 20 minutes of playing sheep? I don't know how long it was. I just ate my food and then got back to the computer. Those few games in the beginning with a few people were really fun. Yeah. There were like 11 people in one of the games, right? But yeah, I think the game, it needs to be made clear. Like, there are a lot of changes I think we need to make. And I don't know if it's worth making. At the end of the day, you're going to have a 3D battlefield. And just aiming is going to be difficult unless we give you something like aim at, and then you type the name of the person. And I don't really want to do that because then all you're doing is you're figuring out, okay, now what power value do I provide? So you'd say like aim at, Adam, and then you say like 50. And if 50 is correct, you win. I don't think that's very fun. It's why I like Jump Royale. I think there's a solid minute or so where even if you're a new player, you can learn the game, and then it's straightforward enough how to play. I think it'd be cool to make a game that takes place all on one screen and had players making some simple choice, like a move left, right, up, or down, and that somehow led to you winning or losing. I died a million times because he took my heart. What did you mean by that, though? Who cares? Because this sounds like one of those lateral thinking puzzles. Like, I pushed my car past a hotel and lost a fortune. And you have to think about, what is this person talking about? All right, that looks good. This is good. I'm glad we renamed this. Took my heart away. I see. I thought it was a video game reference. All right, this whole thing's positioned stupidly. I don't like that part, but everything else is looking pretty good, I think. Yeah. This we shouldn't check in, but we need to check in everything else. So how do I unstage that one part? It should be doable. There's no way to do that. Okay, fine. Unstage. There's a button for making it go in the other direction. Just not making it get unstaged through that. All right. Yeah. Cool. Allow for purchasing hints. The hints never render anywhere yet. Or don't render anywhere yet. Nor did they get saved. All right, so we're done with this stuff. And done and done. All right, next up. After unlocking a hint, show it on the Start Battle UI. All right, where is a good spot to show this? I think it'll, well, yeah, let's just see. All right, so let's say you unlocked a hint and then you go to the canyon here. Maybe showing it there is fine. Showing it inside this tooltip could also work. In which case we would just change what the Explorer tells you to like hover over the location to see the tip. Yeah, I think that's good. Because it's only ever going to say beat once to reveal rewards. Because you... No, actually, we should show it even if you know the rewards. Yeah, we should. Let's start a battle there and see. So now it's going to say Ogre Blood here, right? Yeah. I was seeing Witcher 4 trailer. No, I didn't even know Witcher 4 was going to be coming out. Well, I guess that makes sense. I wonder, does it follow the stories? Like, are they out of books now to pull material from? Not saying that they can't have a fun game still. Zelda has the same basic story for every single game, and people still love Zelda. Yeah, I want to put it just above rewards. So let's find that. Rewards : right here. Yeah, so here's what we'll do. We'll say if hint, there it is. If this dot contains the instance ID, why are you not auto-completing this code? If it contains this, then we're going to say text plus equal $ hint, blah, blah, blah. And then /n. Yeah. All right, now we actually do have the hint. So I don't know why I type blah, blah, blah. But it's an instance data dot elite instance data dot hint gimmick hint. Is it hint? What did I call this? Why is it not showing up? What? What's happening right now? It's hint, but why is hint not showing up? What? I am very confused. Yeah, I'm gonna rebuild this, and I suspect it's gonna build, and I think that means I need to reload Visual Studio. Game story's not canon anyway. Oh, I didn't realize that. Gotcha. And Witcher 1 starts after the book story. Okay, cool. So yeah, there's no reason why it shouldn't be a good game then, right? Does not contain a definition for hint. What is happening? Elite instance data. Maybe it doesn't exist in here? No, it does. It's right there. And I capitalized it, right? Yeah. Hint. Read-only record struct. I don't get it. I truly don't understand how I could mess up this one single property access here. All right, let's try it again from here. Elite exists, and then hint should exist, and it doesn't. Is it not public? How could it even not be public? Public read-only record struct. I have never been so perplexed. Wow, yeah, I really don't know. Okay, now it shows. Interesting. When I had an exclamation mark, it didn't work though. Oh, because it's not nullable in the same way, I guess. Because now we get a woman being a main protagonist. Yeah, that never really, I don't know, registered on my radar for things. I guess it'd be weird if you had like a game called Superman where you play as someone who's not Superman. Really anybody, doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. But The Witcher is just about witchers, right? Not about Geralt. And I don't know enough about the lore to know if women could be witchers, but I assume they could. Also, I guess technically it doesn't even have to be a witcher as the protagonist. Zelda doesn't have Zelda as a protagonist. Yeah, profile icons are only when you click the user's name. Okay, well, anyway, here's what we can do. We can just say if the instance data is elite, although that's not a thing, is it? No, it's not a thing. Yeah, it's just not a thing. We know that the hint has to exist. So why do we need a question mark here? Why can't I just do this? Because we don't know the elite instance data is going to exist, but that's still weird, right? Because of how record structs work. Is there a way to see if it like has a value? Dot has value. Yeah, there is. Oh, okay. Well, that would work then. So hint equals this question mark, the hint. It has to have this though. And even then, there's no easy way to do this. This is so stupid. Yeah. All right, let's try it. The whole point of this was really supposed to be just does it look good in the right spot? Okay, so we have not purchased a hint. So now when we click augment portal, it doesn't show the hint. But now if we buy this, it still doesn't show the hint. I think we need to call update on this. We're updating on ending a battle and on update instance unlock status. So yeah, we need another function here. Public void unlock or like purchased hint for instance ID. Yeah, so this should modify this thing. And then we need to update the tooltip for the instance ID. And then instead of directly accessing this, we did here, just call this function. All right, that'll fix it. Actually, how long was I on lunch break for? Do I still have an easy way to figure that out? Give me 1 sec. I am curious because I said it'd be about 20 minutes. I want to see if I stuck to that. The first join. Oh, we have a bunch of people typing exclamation mark join for Jump Royale. 12:20. And then I got back shortly after saying test a couple of times, right? Which was 12:47. It's longer than I thought. And then I spectated, but the game didn't finish until a little later. Okay. Huh. All right. Nice. Hint. Try using your strongest party. There's just not much else to say. Yeah, this is kind of a sucky hint to give you. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of a sucky hint. But whatever. The system works. That's all we needed. Now, what about the next one? We need to go unlock. Huh. It says beat next elite on here. Something must have messed up. Huh. Maybe we have to reopen it? What's going on? Beat next elite. We beat the elite. Okay. Well, maybe that's a bug. Latest instance data. Did we not unlock the next place? Something's amiss. It's when you beat an elite for the first time. What listens to this? Battle panel. Set augment button state. Next instance is not none. Oh, I think these if statements are, I think this is in the wrong order. Yeah. Wait, no, we have to unlock this. Maybe the wrong order comes from before that. Where do we say that we've unlocked this? We unlock the, what is it, the jungle? Next instance ID, yeah. This is the volcano. Unlock next location. This costs money though. We have to. Oh man, I did something stupid here. I must have. Yeah. Where else do we unlock the next location? There must be another place we call add here, right? Debug. And that's it? Something something's wrong. You beat the canyon, you have to unlock the volcano somehow. Do we have this hard coded somewhere? No, we don't. It's just through next instance ID. I don't think we're unlocking this correctly then. I wonder, let me take a look at when we added elites. Because maybe this is just before the PR. In fact, we could go to the PR and we can find out through that. Add new battle UI. I want to expand all of these. Okay, it was just laggy, but there we go. And now I want to search for next instance ID. We should see it in red code somewhere. Not this. Not that. Huh, nothing special there. What about dot volcano? Nothing. I am so perplexed. I don't know the last time this worked, but it's not working now. What are you looking for? I stepped away. When you beat the canyon, it no longer unlocks the next location. And yeah, I don't see the code for it. But then again, I don't see the code for it even before. We do this, we win it. And yeah, it doesn't unlock the next thing. And it knows that we won. I might have deleted this myself. Maybe I just never tested that. Yeah, I don't think I would have ever paid attention to this. I might have gotten rid of it. All right, let me see. I know I had some code in town at one point. There's a handler for on, beat, elite. Yeah, there is, but I don't know if it unlocks the next location. Yeah, there isn't. But even where this gets called from is here on battle 1. On battle 1 is only called from this. This is ended battle. Start instance gets updated first. Okay, maybe something stopped listening for this. Instance map listens for this. On ended battle. Well, hold on. First of all, what is listening for this? Town.ended battle? Town has an ended battle, but it also has a one battle, doesn't it? On battle 1. All right, that's not a signal though. So yeah, battle panel instance map, here it is. If it's elite, then set this. Yeah, we just never unlock the next instance, huh? Oh wait, here. On beat. Oh my God. Oh, it's because it's trying to go through the money route. Yeah, and we just don't have enough money. Yeah, this is wrong. Okay. So this should be called like pay to unlock next location. Wow, okay, so then this always was working this way. It was just no, I don't think this was your fault. I think this is what the past code did as well. And I just happened to run into a problem. Wow, this would have soft locked people in the game, I think. Hang on, I want to look at that again and just make sure that that's what's going on here. Because that would explain everything. Unlock next location. Yeah, it always did that. Wow, so wait a second then. This bug probably made it into checkpoint 4. And whenever you beat the boss, you would wait, how much did it cost? Hold on a second. Maybe cost to unlock. This is unlocked by beating a boss. It's set to 99999. I'm so confused. No. The old code had this too, right? Oh, wait, no, I wasn't looking through red code. I should be looking through red code. Why is there no red code showing up? Ah, because the diffs are too long. Aha. All right, so what happened there? Still not searching red code. What is happening? Maybe it's not start instance. None of that. Instance list dot unlock instance. So it was inside instance list. What did that look like? Here. And there's an unlock function somewhere. This didn't take any money. Okay. Yeah, that's what's causing this. Okay, cool. Yeah. I understand. I understand what's going on. Yeah. Okay, so this was introduced in the PR. That's fine. And you probably never noticed it because it does unlock the new instances. It also takes money from you, and you might have had max money every time you tried this. All right, so this is pay to unlock next location. And that should be called from somewhere that you actually do pay, which is here. Yes, that's good. And then there should be an unlock next location, which actually does the unlocking. Alternatively, what we could do is we could say when it's a boss instance, it just doesn't cost money. But unlock next location. Does this play a sound as well? It does. Okay, well, only when you pay is it going to play the sound. Otherwise, there's going to be too much stuff that happens when you beat a boss. All right, I think that fixes it. Next instance ID, add that you've unlocked it, update the unlock status, and then invoke that you've unlocked it. Who listens for this? The augment button. That's what we ran into a problem for. This, and then the tip. All right. All right. I think we're good. Let's try it out. Oh, fun. Fun. Yeah. Very cool to see this happen. Okay, so now we go here, we win this fight, and it should automatically unlock the next one. It still doesn't because I don't think I called unlock new whatever. Yeah, my bad. I didn't. This should have just been unlock, not pay to unlock. So close to a perfect 10. But instead we got a 4.6. Maybe that's all AI should be used for when you're coding. Just rate how good your code is. Not give you any suggestions. Just either insult or compliment you. And there it would have insulted me. And can you blame it? I can't. We did it. Neat. Yeah, we did it. All right, so that was not what I set out to do, though. Let's go check that in, I suppose. Looks good. No, wait, no, that's the hint stuff. We don't want the hint stuff. Oh man. Separating this is going to be a little bit annoying. Because I want this and the new line. Will that work? Yes, good. I want this and this. And that. And now the other stuff should be hint related. Hint and hint. Yes, good. And everything else should just be debug stuff or hint stuff. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so fix bug with unlocking locations. After beating a boss, it would indeed unlock the next location, but it would cost you money, and that amount was 99999. If you didn't, wait. Yeah, if you didn't have that much, I think you would get soft locked. Rockstar, thanks for the resub. Game's looking awesome. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Yeah, I'm very happy with how things are shaping up. This change especially is huge. We didn't used to have a map here and a way of seeing how you can unlock things and clearly separated parties over here, and it just addressed so much. But then also I'm very proud of these changes that we made. We have 3 spells you can cast. There's one that makes customers move faster, one that makes workers move faster, and then one that gives you more loot from battles. And it pulls from this mana crystal here. So right now I have full mana. If I click this green book, it makes the crystal turn green. And now I have the spell for 30 seconds, and my mana is slowly regenerating. And I can eventually get more mana crystals, which I don't have, or not mana crystals, spell crystals. And now I can cast like the orange spell twice. And we have this cool visual way of doing this, and you get all the benefits of the spells. So I like this quite a lot. I like the change we made to the portal. Yeah, everything's coming along. Now we're going to have a hint system in here. Maybe it should say like hint : you haven't unlocked this hint yet. Purchase it at the Explorer. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. That way you can tell. Yeah. I think that's a good idea. So if it's elite, then delete this. So this is if you have the hint, then put the hint there. If you don't have the hint, then need help. Well, it should know that you've already. Let me just write out the message and then let's see how it feels. Need help with this location, purchase a hint from the hint shop. No, I don't like that. Yeah. Thank you, Rockstar. How are you doing, by the way? It could say a hint like you haven't purchased a hint from the Explorer. I don't know if this is good or not. Let's see what it looks like. Because you might not even have unlocked the yeah, I said that right. You might not have unlocked the Explorer yet. But you might not know that well, it's not really a spoiler to tell you that there is a thing that gives you hints. And eventually the UI should make it easier to tell where that thing is. So I go to the map, I hover over this, and it says hint, you haven't purchased a hint from the Explorer. Yeah, that looks weird. I think it should say something like, this is a, yeah, maybe it should do that. Maybe it should say something like, this is an elite location. If you're having trouble defeating the elite monster, consider purchasing a hint from the Explorer. That's slightly better. This is still potentially problematic. I guess we should know if you've beaten it before. So if you have not beaten it, we don't know if you've attempted it, but we at least know that you haven't beaten it. So this location contains an elite, I don't even know what we're calling them. Elite what monsters? Yeah, we are calling them monsters. Elite enemies. We call them both things. Oh God. Okay, well, we need to make that consistent. All right, let's just use one of the words. I don't care which one for right now. So this location contains an elite, yeah, monster. If you're having trouble defeating it, which could refer to either the location or the monster, I don't care. If you're having trouble defeating it, consider purchasing him from the Explorer. Yeah. Okay, cool. Hey, Nimsa, what's your job? I've got a job command. Check that out. I'm fine. Had my last day of work today, and now I'm having a 4-week vacation. Wow, nice. Well, hopefully it's nice. Last time was really tough working on a new platform. The routes calls from our basic telephone network via API and RDP. Full stack, full time on it with Angular, C# and SQL. Is that sort of like what is that company called? Twilio. Is that like what Twilio does? Look into a Python machine learning to detect anomalies in event data. That's pretty fun. Yeah, well, it sounds like you're going to be very busy on your vacation. I hope it's a good vacation. It doesn't necessarily need to be relaxing. It can just feel good. And hey, Kuro. Hello, everyone. I'm new here. What game are we making? We're making a game called Skeleseller. So I can show you really quickly here. Anyone who hasn't seen this yet and wants to see like, okay, how does Adam intro the game? Because I do get asked this quite a lot, so I don't try to intro it very often. But it's a town management game where you send adventurers into battle. So here I have this rogue, and I will send them into the forest and start a battle. And everything's pretty much automated. So you can see the rogue is just walking to the portal on their own, and then they fight on their own against this bat here. And when they win, which I'm just going to force, when they win, some items pop out and you sell those in your town. So they're going to bring this potion over to the shop, stock it in the shop, and then these characters, one of which actually wants that potion, they're going to walk over here and buy them. And they'll tip because they want that potion. So they paid 15 gold for a 3 gold potion. And then you use the money to upgrade your town, buy new adventurers, level them up, etc. So what we're working on right now has been getting hints to show up when you are struggling with a battle. So the regular battles are supposed to be pretty easy, but then the boss battles are supposed to have some amount of challenge to them. And the challenge isn't very obvious sometimes, like what they do. Oh, we got to also show the gimmick. I forgot that. Twilio is a partner. I see. Ah, yes, T-Mobile. Yeah, I do know about T-Mobile. Wait, is it a German company? T-Mobile, owned by Deutsche Telekom. Yeah, I'm not going to read the history of this. And thanks, Nimsa and Kuro. Yeah. Yeah, so we got to show the gimmick text somewhere. I didn't even think about that. Also show gimmicks somewhere. All right, so how do we want to render this? What even shows up right now? Did I do that? This location contains an elite monster. If you're having trouble defeating it, consider purchasing a hint from the explorer. Both AR bugs fixed and PR sent. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah. Wow, that was fast. And incredibly easy on my part. Merge, Animal, Royale, PRs. I should probably write this on like a weekend thing. I don't want to do a lot of work on the weekend. So merging PR should be just easy enough. But otherwise, I think I'm going to try to take as much time off this weekend as I can. Hey, all lordy. Great looking game so far. How'd you get the assets? A combination of asset packs and an artist. So Quickie Joe's been doing the art. I would say it is the majority of it being Quickie Joe. Some of this stuff is placeholder, like this map in the background. We don't have the rights to use that commercially. So we got to gut that, but by the time we sell the game. But yeah, other things are fully licensed or just custom for the game, like the skeleton, the rogue, the portal, all the adventurers really, all the enemies. The items are an asset pack. And in fact, they're from a different asset pack than the other things. So they look a little unusual, but they fit close enough. Yeah. All right, what does the gimmick look like? The ogre is just really strong. What does this one say? The dragon shoots a fireball at everyone in your party. I don't want this to take up too much space. We should probably color boss nodes differently. I'm realizing now. Although then we'd have 4 different colors. Blue, white, red, and then whatever we make the elite one. We could just use a different shape probably. In fact, we could use a skull there. That would probably be pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. Where did I write the skull thing? What? Oh, here it is. Maybe use a skull icon. Okay. Or maybe change the dot to a skull. I'll just write out the skull so I can see this at a glance next time. All right, so all we're trying to figure out right now is something that should be incredibly easy, and I am very much struggling with, which is how do we write all of the information I'm trying to cram here? Let's take a picture of this. So I don't need to keep looking at it like that. So this location contains an elite monster. I think what we should say is maybe something like this location contains name of monster. What's their gimmick? Maybe we need some kind of like gimmick description here. And then the hint text. All right, let's type this out and see how it looks. This location contains the ogre. The ogre. What did I write for that? The ogre is just really strong. Maybe something like the ogre isn't all that special. They're just very strong. And then the hint could be something like this. Hint, try using your strongest party. Yeah. Hey, Crazen. Right. And then if you don't have the hint, it could say, if you're having trouble defeating it, then what does it say? Consider purchasing a hint. Consider purchasing a hint from the explorer. Okay, yeah. So this location contains the ogre. The ogre isn't all that special. They're just very strong. So that's the ogre one. Now we would have one for this location contains the dragon. The dragon will breathe fire on all of your party members every so often. So this way you know what their special ability is. You don't need to be told this. And in the future, we can do something like this. This contains the whatever. I don't need to come up with a name right now. The whatever only takes 1 damage at a time. So we'll tell you what the gimmick of the fight is, and you can start to plan around it. And if you can't figure it out, then we give you a hint. For the ogre, there's no hint to give you because there's no real decision making for that battle. But for all the other ones, you do have some decision making. So for our hint here, we could say something like, try not using the witch doctor or something. Rephrase to, they live or reside here, contains, oh yeah, right. This location, the ogre resides, lives. Huh. Hang on a second. Let me go back to what I had here. Dwells. Yeah, probably I'd say dwells. Location. I mean, I think this is how I would phrase something in English, though. Let me think about this. If I said something like, the snowy region contains polar bears. I guess you would say polar bears live there, but they're not monsters. All right, yeah, an elite monster dwells in this location. The ogre. Nah, something like this. Okay. So how are we going to do this then? We're going to go back to wherever that thing shows up, which I can't even find anymore. Right there. So we're going to show this text no matter what. An elite monster dwells in this location. The ogre. I don't know if we have an EM dash, so we'll have to see if that renders. Too wordy. An elite monster is located here. Yeah, I think that's potentially better. An elite monster, or just the ogre dwells here. Yeah, thanks, Dawson. Let me go back to that thing over here. Yeah, and close out of just everything else. Let's just load up instant map, yeah. So dwells here, the ogre. The ogre isn't all that special. So then we put the gimmick text here. So now we say instance data dot elite dot value dot gimmick. Thanks, Dawson. Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm just going to do this because this will never be null because we know that it's elite because we have this right here. And because that's what elite checks for, is that this is not null. Or maybe I should have said this dot has value. I don't think it makes a difference. Yeah, I don't think it makes a difference. All right, so the ogre dwells here, then say their gimmick. Oh, wait, we can't say the ogre. We need to take this from instance data as well. Yeah, so elite instance data needs to have like string elite name or like monster name. We really got to settle on monster versus enemy. Jeez. Need to settle on monster versus enemy for elites. Also the capitalization. All right, we'll call this monster name for now. So then over here, I think it should include the article. So we say the ogre, the dragon. But I only know what 3 bosses we're going to have so far, and we're probably going to need 4 more. Yeah, well, whatever. It could always be changed in the future anyway. All right, monster name. The ogre. Oh, no, we can't do that because then the capitalization won't be... Okay, we'll just do it this way. We'll assume that the works for it. Dragon. All right, now we go back to this. All right, so the instance data elite monster name dwells here. Okay, then we put the gimmick, then we put a hint afterward. If you've unlocked the hint, and if you haven't unlocked the hint, we say, if you're having trouble defeating it, consider purchasing a hint from the explorer. And we could even say here, the ogre. Maybe. No, I'll just say it. All right, let's see what that looks like. The whole string can go into the gimmick, so each one can have a different gimmick, different thing there. Yeah, if we're gonna put some flavor text, we could say something like, the ogre dwells here, the dragon conquered this area, the snake hates your guts. I don't know. But for now, I'll leave it like this. And that'll just probably be a polished thing for later if we want to do that. All right, so Canyon, the ogre dwells here. The ogre is just really strong. We probably need to clarify. We probably need to make that sound less random. If you're having trouble defeating it, consider purchasing a hint from the explorer. Okay, so we're like, yes, we are having trouble. So we go to the explorer, we purchase a hint, and now we see hint, try using your strongest party. There's just not much else to say. Yeah, I think it's fine. I just think we need to change the gimmick text. I don't know what to say though, because there isn't really a gimmick. It's just that it really is just that they're strong. Maybe something like doesn't have any special abilities. They're just really strong. Yeah, okay. Something like that. We'll see what it looks like. I haven't rebuilt, but I want to unlock everything and see what it looks like for the crypt now. The dragon dwells here. The dragon shoots a fireball at everyone in your party every so often. If you're having trouble defeating it, consider purchasing a hint. Okay, let's go buy a hint. Now, what do we see for that? Hint, try not using a summoner because their summons are only going to burn to a crisp. I think it's get burnt to a crisp. Yeah. Can you reference them as a species? Like ogres are just really strong? I could, but I don't want to imply there are many of them because I think that would diminish the specialness of fighting an elite monster. So, for all we know, there's just this one ogre, and it happens to be really strong. That's like the hint. Well, the gimmick is always going to be very similar to the hint because they're strongly related. But I think if you read this, you'll be like, oh yeah, cool. Now I see they're shooting a fireball. But then you'll read this and be like, oh, that's what I was supposed to conclude from them shooting a fireball. So I think I like this. I think this is working pretty well. Is there anything I have written here that I did not include? No, I got all that. Yeah. Oh, wait, yes, there is something, which is that it says this. Purchased hints can be seen on the map before starting a battle. Purchased hints can be seen on the map by hovering over a location. By hovering over, yeah, a location, I guess. They don't have any abilities. Sounds more like the gimmick. Wait, let me read this again. I don't know how I feel about the ogre only because there's no real need for the hint, but there's no reason not to have it, and it only costs 30 gold. I think you're maybe just saying change the wording, but in my mind, this is just flavor, and all the other ones are potentially actually helpful. So let's look at this again. Oh, interesting. It tells you this even when you haven't unlocked it. I think I kind of like that. Do I like that? Maybe I don't like that. No, I think I wanted to show. That way you don't get in the habit of ignoring this text because you think it's not going to be there. But either way, it's pretty minor. Okay, so now we click this and we send our party in and we lose. Speed up the loss. Yeah, we got stomped. So now we purchase a hint. The hint sucks. You still lose. No, you probably won't still lose. All right, but assuming we beat all that, then the same thing over here, right? It says location not found because I think of how this thing was unlocked. No, that's not why. Oh, man, how does this work? It is why, but that's only because of the debug function. That shouldn't be a problem for regular players. All right, so we buy this. Hint, try not using a summoner because their summons are only going to get burned to a crisp. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. And now when we beat it, we will also see the reward from there, Dragon Sword. All right, yeah, this is pretty slick. I think that's pretty good. Now, technically, we shouldn't define ogre here and here, but I'm not going to worry about that. It's something that would need to be localized too. Purchase him, for instance. Okay, everything's looking good except for what's in the town. We don't need the town thing. And then this should probably be a separate function. Instance map. We're just going to get the hint string, I guess. Private string get hint string. Well, get like elite tooltip text. Elite specific tooltip text. All right, what's this got to take in? The instance ID? I am assuming that the AI did that correctly, but I don't want to rely on that. So we're going to put this here. Instance data doesn't exist right here. Although we only need this for the sake of... No, we do need this for something else. Okay. We don't don't really need the is elite here, do we? Yeah, we do. All right, so if it's not elite, just return nothing. String.empty. Otherwise, return this stuff. Text equals that. Return text. And then put that here. Text plus equal that. We actually don't even ever need to return null. We can just let the parent thing fall into this. Yeah. All right. That makes this function a little bit cleaner. You sure about always showing that text? I'd only show it after unlock, and you can buy a hint maybe after fighting there. We could show a tip about purchasing hints and reading them. We could try it. Right now, the reason I was thinking about that is because right now you have to hover over this to click it. But in the future, maybe that's not the case. Maybe there's some keyboard control or something else. But I guess in that case, we would just revamp the UI anyway. So yeah, we could have this not show. If unlocked instance dot contains. Actually, I guess let's just do that up here. There. So now it'll only show if you have unlocked the place. And we might only want to show the hint thing if you've lost to it, which means we need to track whether you've lost to it. I just don't want to do that right now. That's just laziness, I guess. Yeah, it says beat wants to reveal rewards. Now we unlock it, and now it shows us the whole text. I think it's okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. I'm trying to justify my laziness more so than actually doing what's best, but I think this is fine. That way you know ahead of time this will be a hard fight. Otherwise, it wouldn't be telling me about hints and stuff. And you know that it's different from these past ones too. A lot of this is just setting the right expectations, and I feel like we're starting to do that. Man, I'm glad. Yeah. And yeah, this UI can be made better. We'll eventually do that. Although even if it just ends up like this, that's not the worst thing in the world. Okay. Let's review. Looks good. Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy with this. Chuck it all in other than the town. Add hints and gimmicks to the battle map, instance map. You can make the label of the entries expand horizontally, and that's an easy win, I think. I think that would be a good idea. What happened there? What? I don't know why I just said like 5 of those things. Because you barely moved today. Oh man, yeah, that is rough. You go on a nice long walk. Did this get... No, this isn't the problem. This is... Okay, so yeah, hint purchase entry. We have a label. This is like the hint, and this is like the purchase button. This looks like garbage. Have them expand horizontally. So that would push all the build buttons to the side. Yeah, we could do that. God, this scene looks like trash. If we just shrink this, it won't look like trash anymore. All right, let's try running that. 17 degrees outside. So get a scarf and some earmuffs and some gloves and your warmest pants. Why is the NPC in that scene? It's a Godot bug. Because I have all these other scenes open. As soon as I close them, it goes away. It's just weird that that happens. All right, let's take a look at this now. think if we're going to do this, we need to shrink this UI a little bit as well. Or somehow indicate that these are lined up with one another. Alternatively, we could put the buy button on the left side. It could also potentially look fine. Let's try that. Done. That was easy. Yeah, that's good enough. So we don't even need that to expand anymore. Good. Hey there, having trouble beating an elite monster? I've seen quite a lot in my day. I can sell you some hints. Yeah, the sell you some hints thing, sell you some hints should be like, and can share some secrets. I think that sounds a little more in-world. And quite a few in my day. Can share some secrets. Okay, that's better. But then it's still called Hint Shop, which is kind of dumb. Explorer hints. I don't know. What did you suggest earlier, Kevin? What did Kevin suggest earlier? Scout reports. And the only problem is we call this the Explorer. Maybe Explorer reports? I'm not sure about that either, actually. All right. You ready? Here's what we're going to do. Chat.openai.com. I'm working. Oh, what happened? I'm working on Skeleseller. There's an NPC named the Explorer who can offer hints in exchange for money. I need to title this UI. I need to give this their UI a title that will be visible to players. What should I call it? What? Oh, that's new. That's pretty good. Explorer's Insights. Yeah, I like that one. As far as which response I prefer, I mean, the only real difference is this last bit here, right? Would you like the title emphasize mystery, adventure, or practicality? I guess I prefer the one that asks me a question. Yeah, so now let's use that, Explorer's Insights, and let's see what it looks like in the game. This wouldn't steal the focus from me like 3 times. Hey there, having trouble beating an elite monster? I've seen quite a few in my day and can share some secrets. Yeah, and remember, you'll never see this view where you see a bunch of question marks because you can't actually unlock this UI until you've gotten at least to the canyon. First hints can be seen on the map by hovering over a location. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So what do we do? Just improve the hint UI. Yeah. Swap label and buttons so that the labels don't jump around. And what else do we do? Oh, what's that? Reworded some of the user-facing strings. Cool. Maybe we always show the buttons but disabled. Yeah, I think that would work. At least for the question mark ones. Yeah, good suggestions and easy to act on. So show button, update is called from here. Has unlocked instance. We don't care about that. So as long as you haven't bought it, we're going to show it. But then this needs to know whether you've unlocked it and doesn't have a way of knowing that. Fool has enough money equals money is greater than or equal to cost. And has unlocked instance. I mean, we could technically get this from here, assuming we had the instance ID, which we don't. But I don't know why this wouldn't know about it. That way we don't need to listen for when you unlock this. This currently listens for it though. Yeah, and then calls into this function and updates the hint entry. Yeah. I mean, we could just pass in a thing for whether this should be enabled or disabled. I'm just going to pass in the instance ID. The text is the data display name. This is pretty stupid. Oh, man. I think we need to move the listener. This isn't even hard to do. This is how I know that I'm like a little bit overworking. Not today. Today hasn't been super long, but I'm just balking at the easy things. No. You shouldn't be sorry for this. This is a good suggestion, and I want to do it. And it's not even hard to do, and I know how to do it. I'm just not moving my fingers. Yeah. So let's move this. And then we don't even need to dispose here. Yeah, I think this is slightly better. All right, so we'll just keep track of the instance ID here. And then when you construct this thing, we'll pass in just the cost, which is constant. So we don't even need to pass that in. And then show button is a computed thing based on two other properties. So we pass in the instance ID and then I guess just the cost. Label text we can figure out. So we gotta go change the init for this. Wait. No, init would always have the same instance ID. We could take it in here. All right, so set that. Don't take it in for this. Recompute these things. This is the only place where we change the label text anyway. So it's either going to be this or this. So this would be label dot text equals that. Data dot display name can go here. Instance ID is a member variable. Whether or not you've unlocked it comes from this. Unlocked instance IDs contains instance ID. Good. And then have you bought the hint yet? That comes from here. But the has bought hint thing is also going to be needed for show button, yeah. All right, instance map. What am I missing? We don't need this anymore. We set the visibility based on what we used to have over here, which I have lost. It's just if you haven't bought the hint. The text is always gonna be fine. That's fine. Update button. So update button is only ever called from here. And all it's doing is setting whether this thing is going to be disabled or not. Oh, no. Sorry. It's also called from when your money changes. Yeah. So we need to know if you have... You always want to show the button. You know, if you have enough money and if you've unlocked it. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, if you haven't unlocked it, then it's going to be hidden by default. Although you'll know how much the tip costs then, which I guess is fine when it's constant. And I guess it's also fine even if it's not constant. If you see that the first hint is 30 gold and you see that the hint for the final boss in the game is 500 gold, doesn't really make much of a difference. Plus, we could always choose to hide it then if we want to. Yeah, we could put a question mark on the buy button. Buy for question mark gold. That's kind of a weird thing to show. But I don't want to obscure it at all anyway right now. So yeah, it's going to be disabled if you don't have enough money or if you haven't unlocked the instance. Yeah. Contains instance ID. All right, now if I'm not mistaken, we don't need there to be a listener over here for unlocked instance. What did this do? It used to update the entry. Updating the entry could now be called from inside the entry itself by listening over here. Yeah. So it's going to be town unlocked instance. We go make a function for that. We rename this to instance ID just to match everything else that we had. And then we check to see if that's this instance ID. And if so, we update it with the cost, which is just dumb. The cost doesn't ever change. All right, let's delete that. Why was update ever even called like that? I'll just do that in init, right? Cost. Anything else with this? No, now I'm probably broken the callers yet again. Yeah, the cost is going to be the hint cost. And then update doesn't ever need to be called at all. None of this should be needed, right? I think we delete this whole thing. Oh, except for that we need to set it when it starts. I think we're fine. And we'll try it, and if we're not fine, we'll fix it. Well, my brain refuses to play ball right now. Cool. We need to do that for sure. Tell this thing that we unlocked the hint. No, it knows because it's the one that told us. So now we don't need a dispose function. We don't need any of this. And we need to just make sure to update this over here. When you click the purchase button, where does that happen? Right there. Public members should come before private members. Sure. Except for why is that public? It's not public. Protected though. All right, we definitely need this here. And we also need to unsubscribe from this. I don't know what I keep pressing. Oh, I know what that was. That was me pressing the QWERTY R, not the Colmac R. Protected out. Swoosh! You are now protected. It's actually very similar to what the Harry Potter spell was, right? Protego. Protectido. Let's run it. Doesn't sound Latin enough. If you said it quickly enough, I don't think people would even know the difference. If you were LARPing as Harry Potter, people would be like, that person's protected now. He just speaks really fast. What am I doing? I'm questioning life decisions. All right, now it just says buy. What happened to this? Buy for cost. Why would that not update? Because update's never called when we call init? Well. And that's fixed. Into the wrong alley. Now there's a reference. There's a Floo powdery covered reference. All right. Yeah, and again, the first time you see this, it's going to look like this. And it's broken. Well, 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 well. Why is it broken? Let me try that again. We click this, and then we put a breakpoint here and click it again. That's not right. That's not right at all. Unlocked instance isn't even being hit? What? I don't get it. We had the same thing right here and it was getting hit. Unlocked instance plus equal unlocked instance, yeah. It's not getting disposed. Is it ever getting hit? Did I forget to rebuild? Okay, that worked. The dungeon just got unlocked. That could call twice. I think it might have, which would be a problem in itself. Then we click it again and it gets called. And now it is the canyon, which should be equal to the canyon. Yes, which calls update. And then it gets called a second time. What is happening? Let me look at the two call stacks. They're probably different. Didn't even break in that time. Did I? All right, something weird's going on. Something weird is definitely going on. I don't get it. Oh my God. I know what's happening. I need this open when I do that. Or else this never gets updated. Oh, whoops. Oh man. I think I've made a huge mistake. So you're going to eventually show this thing. Where do we do that? I guess just when we spawn the dialogue. So we're going to call init. And init is going to set all this stuff up. Yeah. And that's also what's going to call update. Just as a hint. Why did you say hint there? They didn't translate the wordplay into Spanish and the joke was lost? I think it's really hard to do, though. I should say hinto. It's too protected over it to get set, though. Oh, well, that worked. Now let's take a look at this again. Location not found yet. So we augment this while it's open. It'll eventually call into this, I think. So we do that again. It gets hit. We call update. Update is just setting the word hint somehow. I don't even know how that's possible. Buy for whatever, then update button. Update button says a visibility, yeah. So is this correct now? I don't get it. I think this is the wrong order. I think unlocked instance is called too soon. Yeah, that must be what's going on. Where do we invoke this? Here, after we've marked that it's unlocked. No, that's correct. No, I'm not sure. I'm going to put a breakpoint here. Yeah, let's try this another time. All right, so now it's going to break in once. I don't care about this one. And then the next one I definitely do care about. So now it's going to add in the canyon to be unlocked. Good. And then we get to our function over here, which we call update. Now, what is going wrong in here? Has unlocked should be true. It is. Has bought hint is false. I haven't paid for it. If you haven't unlocked it, set it to this. If you have unlocked it. Oh, I see what's happening. Oh, we defaulted it to something before. And now that I moved this to a different file, I don't know what the old something was. Yeah, it must have been whatever was inside this class. Yeah, we called set text. Okay, what was the text? The display name? Yeah, the display name. Ugh, so easy. Else label.text equals display name. It even knew. It even knew. Actually, am I missing something? There was the other day, someone came in here and made that web developer joke about spiders, and I was being incredibly dense. And I thought that should have been a sign to just sign off immediately. But with Diagon Alley, is there anything more to it than just it's the word diagonally? Because that in itself doesn't mean anything else in the Harry Potter universe, right? Because I might be dense here, but I feel like they could have just translated it to any two words that form one word when you say them quickly enough. And I guess it just has to have alley in it. But it could have been whatever, like street or road or whatever makes sense in Spanish. All right, so we know this is being called in the right order. And then the next time I call into this, it's calling update. I'm not going to keep the breakpoint here. It should have gotten updated correctly. Yes, good. That says Canyon. And if I click, if I do all this is closed. Should probably say Canyon hint, crypt hint. Yeah, I think that'd be better. It's just that. It's just silly I didn't translate to something that has similar effect. Yeah. Man. I was thinking what was the other one besides Diagon Alley? And I know it was Nocturne Alley, which at least that kind of had a pun. It was like, oh, people who are nocturnal might be in the shady place. But it was in my head first as Calgon Alley from Wizard People, Dear Reader. I still love that thing. All right, I do think I should probably be wrapping up somewhat soon because, well, I want to get this task done, I guess. Yeah, I think this is good. And then it shows up over here, right? Yep, hint and hint. Cool. Well, let's check that in. We've got some heavily commented out code I need to go delete. Hey, Clarkio, how you doing? Thanks for the raid. Happy Friday afternoon. I am drastically slowing down in mental ability. I don't know what it is. I'm just feeling sluggish, but we're still making some progress. I hope your stream went well. I'm curious what you were doing. Booyah! 30 months in everyone else's faces, including those with more months. Thanks for the resub, Clarkio. I appreciate it. We've been working on a couple of different things over here. This is not really my work, but I did add to this. But this is the new location selector in the game. So you can pick different locations, you can choose your party, and you can go battle there. What we just did now is you can see this text that shows beneath Kenyon. There's some flavor text and there's a hint. And you can now buy hints from the Explorer. Let me return to the title screen and start a new game so you can see this. So it says, hey, they're having trouble being an elite monster. I've seen quite a few in my day and can share some secrets. And there's some buy buttons, but we haven't actually found the locations yet. When you finally do unlock the locations, then these things can light up and you can purchase them. And right now it's just going to say, if you're having trouble defeating it, consider purchasing a hint. You go purchase the hint, and now it tells you the hint. There's not really a big hint for that one. And then the rest of it all works pretty much the same. which is that you can send your adventurers into battle, and that's still the way that things used to be. Hey, Night Coder. Yeah, I'm super happy with the progress. Also, I've been showing this off to anyone who's willing to listen to me, which is the new enchanter. So the old version of this, you used to have to drag an item onto like a pot that was here, and it would disenchant your item, and then it would give you a buff for something, for battles. Now the new one is ways of increasing your party's or your town's throughput. So for example, you see how quickly these the things carrying the items are walking? I can make them walk faster with this spell. So if I cast this once, one of these crystals turns green, and I cast it another 2 times, and now they're just darting all over the place. And those will last for as long as these crystals are lit. So we can see we have 3 stocking frenzies enabled, and they're going to eventually drain out, and then they'll go back to the normal speed. So this is a cool way of saying like, hey, I have too many items, click the green book. Hey, you have too many items in your shops, click the blue book. And hey, you don't have any items, click the orange book. And you manage your own mana, which will slowly refill. If I do this, you can see this fill up a little bit faster here. So I like this system a lot. I think it's really good. I think it's a lot better than the last system. And now you have a choice of like just another thing you can do in the game. And it's a choice that's always meaningful because it's just based on percentages of what your base speeds are. So for example, when you do eventually build the town hall and you get more customers in your town, when you make them move faster, so here are the new customers I just got. If I were to click this book, it'll make them move faster and then faster again. I don't have enough mana for the second one. Well, only once, but they still move faster. So now they could go buy some items. I need to build out these shops. There we go. But yeah, I'm really excited about the progress. What were you doing today, Clarkia? Need a give mana debug button? Yeah, I probably do. And I think while you're hovering over this, you should be able to see how much mana you have. I think we should probably make that change. Need to show how much mana you have when hovering over a spellbook. It should get updated as your mana updates. Maybe that should be a signal. More Discord WordleBot development. Oh, cool. Specifically creating an API to expose some of the data for a leaderboard view on my website. Yeah, nice. Nice. Hey, Clarkio, this is only vaguely related, but have you seen Guess the Game? I don't know what made me think of this from what you said. Maybe the leaderboard aspect. Anyway, this is super hard, but you just have this image, although now there's like a zoom in thing on it. There's just this image and you have to guess what is the game that this comes from. And if you can't get it, you click skip and it gives you like some subtle hints in addition to seeing more images. So like, I don't know what this is just based on this image. I can't picture it, so I'll skip this. Oh man. I mean, that's a hint in itself. It's not rated. So I thought, oh, maybe this is Super Meat Boy, but it doesn't really look like it. But it's clearly not if it's not rated. I don't know what this is. It's on PC. I still don't know what this is. I'm gonna skip this too. Adventure puzzle dating sim. I definitely don't know what this game is. Yeah, this does not 4 years ago. This looks like a Crypt of the Necrodancer style game. Anyway, I'll hit skip finally. This is gonna be a spoiler for anyone who's actually playing this. Yeah, no, I've never heard of this game. Anyway, that's that. Remember the Sound of Gaming? Been a hot minute. Last time I remember you were working on Botland. Yeah, it has been a long time. Did you change? Yeah, you just changed your name. Okay, perfect. Because I was going to say, you still have your previous sub count and your messages and everything. Last time you were here was 5.5 years ago. But yeah, I'll link some commands. Feel free to look at these. You don't have to. And there are 3 commands you might be interested in. Why'd you have to remind me I guess the game? Well, if you had done it, you probably don't have too many more you can do because I think they only do 1 per day. So even if you let a year pass, you'd only have another 365 of them. Not seen that one in particular. Seen a similar format where players guess the rank for specific competitive games and it shows you a clip of their gameplay. Really? Wow. That's that's really cool actually. Huh. Yeah, I like that idea. I wonder what that would look like for Hearthstone. Probably would not be obvious unless you showed a particularly smart player, a particularly dumb one. But for FPSs and stuff, it's probably much more obvious. What if it's a like a top level player and they're just AFKing for a second? Yeah, silver, gold, platinum. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I bet I could probably tell a little bit better for StarCraft 2. I think I'd have a better gauge for that, but probably not a very good gauge for oh, and for Smash. For any of the Smash Bros entries, I'd probably be able to tell you. Although there aren't leagues, so it wouldn't really work for those games. But yeah, I'm not very in tune for any other competitive games other than like I said, Hearthstone, which I don't think you'd be able to tell from just one play. All right, so all the stuff that's commented out needs to go because we relocated this code. There we go. Don't need that. Don't need that. So update hint entry isn't needed at all. I like this. I think this puts the complexity where it belongs, which is inside the hint entry class. So the shop got cut back by like 50 lines of code, and the hint entry thing gained like 37 lines of code. Not bad. Take care, Clarkio. See ya. See ya. See ya. See ya. Thanks for the raid. Last I remember, we were talking about getting an associate's degree in programming, building projects. I accepted a Java job offer on Monday, getting my bachelor's in software engineering in 2025. 11 classes to go. Nice. Congratulations on everything there. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, by the way, the last I remember bit, I can tell you, I I can show you. There's nothing private here. But here were your last messages. I don't know what I said in return, but April 9th, 2019, any luck recruiting new players? I probably said nope. But yeah, you did mention back in what 2019, I guess back in March. Yeah, you bet you were thinking about going back to school, I think. Yeah, going back to college this summer and fall. Nice, nice, nice. Glad to hear it all panned out. That's great. Definitely great. Yeah, I know it's in those commands, but I spent 3 years working at Google and then came back in December of last year. So it's been a little over a year that I've been back. I think it's largely been a very fun time. I'm grateful for the time I had even before. We resurrected Animal Royale, which if you were here in what did I say 2019, you might have seen that, which was the Minecraft plugin that I made. And it's like that was a little project I didn't expect to have go anywhere, and we revived it after 4 years, and it's cool to have that happen. I think Skeleseller is going to be nice to have made because it's not a game that requires maintenance really. If it's fun now, it's going to be the same level of fun 5 years from now for new players. I don't think the graphics will have looked terrible or something by that time. It's not like I was making a PS1 style game and then it got outdated by the time PS2 or PS3 came out. All right, what do we even do with this? I am like totally losing my mind right now. Trying to rewind and I can't. It's don't show. I don't remember what we did. It was based on one of Kevin's suggestions, though. I'll just scroll up in chat. Always show the buttons, but they're disabled. Yeah. Always show hint, purchase hint buttons. They're just disabled now when you haven't unlocked the instance yet. Actually, they don't always show. They are hidden after the purchase is made. Cool. Everyone here is invited? When's the wedding? And what if people actually showed up? You said this to Fern a minute ago? Aha! So you're inviting everyone on the internet. I suspect foul play. Good on you, Spy Puffin. All right, what remains here? Dialogue for general hints. Always level up your adventures. I don't know where this would go. We could have... We could have a button at the bottom that says something like, give me a general hint, but I just don't think it belongs here. I think the NPC should tell you this stuff. And I wrote that somewhere and I don't remember where. Shopkeep. Say something. Yeah. Some hints that I think would be good to remind players of. Always level up your adventurers. Look both ways before crossing the street. Spend any available skill points for adventurers. You can always remove them at any time. Do quests at the tavern if you're still struggling. So there is something that people have been confused about since day one that I thought I'd addressed, which I clearly haven't. There are minus buttons here, and when you put a skill point in, you can click the minus button and remove the skill points. But people still aren't totally seeing that. And the only thing that I think will be 100% bulletproof is if I put a respecialize button somewhere and clicking it just says you can just click the minus button. And then people would be like, oh, okay. So we probably need to do something about that. Even when the skill buttons look like this, we still have players who don't realize that they can respecialize points. I wonder if... Actually, I think just giving it as a tip somewhere is probably good. I'm not sure. I do want players to discover it and for it to be easy. Wonder if just having a dedicated respec button that just tells you how to subtract points would work. Could be a reset button when clicked. Okay. All right, so we're not doing this. And then there's save and load, but I don't think we're going to get to that right now. And I'm not too bummed about it. I think we're really in great shape as far as how much progress we've been making. I really pushed pretty hard. And I'm not saying it was just me who made progress, but for my own coding stuff that I was pushing, I was working a lot. So I think what we can do is we can finish this up on Monday and consolidating the actionable things in the game. I still don't totally know what that'll look like, but we could probably start that on Monday too. What day is Monday? The 16th. Yeah, that's fine. I have mentoring on the 23rd. So yeah, we're fine on Monday. Yeah, so all right, Monday here. Journal, which I need to fill out right now. Tenets, and I mean, obviously it's going to be Scala Seller work. So we'll finish this up. I think this needs to be done by checkpoint 5. I'll just write file this. Actually, both of these. This one's not needed for checkpoint 5. Has autosave worked happened yet or not quite yet? No, not yet. I did write down what you said, and I agree with what you said, that we should just autosave once every so often, however often that is, I don't know. But yeah. And the only other thing I was thinking is that maybe what we do is we save like a rotating pool of files. That should also be pretty easy to do. But that way, if we ever fail to autosave, we don't like totally wipe out all of your data. In fact, I'm gonna write that down. Maybe we just have a circular set of JSON files on disk. It shouldn't take a ton of space, and it should protect against anything going wrong. Did I make the pixel art myself? No, I definitely didn't. my art skills have not improved since you were last here. What are the pluses and minuses of the outlines to make them look more buttony? Yeah, that might help too. Yeah. And I always just click the icons themselves. And we should probably make these icons light up or something when you hover over them. In fact, I should add that as a polish thing. Polish thing, make the skill icons in the adventurers pane look like they're clickable. Make them lighten on hover or something like that. All right, what do we do? Merge PRs in the morning. Then worked on the Explorer all day. Is that all I did? Seriously? That seems light. Maybe I really was taking things slowly. UI, fix bug with unlocking locations. Explorer HUD. Okay, that's that stuff. Then what do we do over here? I guess a little bit of miscellaneous work, but yeah. It doesn't really feel like a full day. Can you add the outline shader to a button like that? I'm not sure. The buttons themselves are all perfect squares, so I guess you might be able to, and maybe it would work. But I think with most buttons, you don't expect it to just change the outline. It's like this. Like this has a hover effect, and this has a hover effect. I think you'd expect one of those things to happen. Yeah. Well, even if even if this is all I did all day and I was just kind of sitting around, I'm still happy about the progress. I think it's been good. Now I can close out Friday. Whew. So we only have 41 pages left of stuff to do. I kid, of course. We have much more than that. Because we also have all of these 208 GitHub issues. So if we do 1 page per day and 5 issues per day, it'll only take us 40 days. For real though, all I'm focused on is the next release, which is version 0.5, and it'll launch mid-January at some point. And I think we're in good shape for that. The new systems that we've already made since the last thing, we revamped the Enchanter. We added in the Tavern with randomly generated quests that require you to get certain items. We added in the Explorer to give you hints. In fact, I should be keeping track of all this stuff in here somewhere for the sake of patch notes. But we'll have to look through that later. I don't want to do it as I go, I think. Yeah, keep filing issues. Yeah. I'm gonna stop looking at this stuff. I need a protected O. All right. I don't think I've rated L:(Q) in a while. I'm just looking through my list really quickly. Yeah, I'm gonna go rate L:(Q). I really like L:(Q's stream. He's a smart guy, works on some cool projects. I'm gonna get going. My brain is fried. I really appreciate you all being here. I'll leave you with a couple of usual links. You don't have to click any of these, it doesn't matter. But if you want to support, or you want to join, or you want to do whatever else, there's some links. And yeah, good to see you, Sound of Typing. Young Sound would be proud. Yeah, yeah. I think you should be proud, and congrats. I'll be back on Monday, and I will figure out if we're going to be streaming on Tuesday and Thursday next week, although I'm leaning toward no because of the impact from this week. Yeah, take care, everyone. Bye.